Okay, we're ready to start our final practice match. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
Good morning, Rhode Island! Welcome to the 2025 First Robotics Competition and this year's challenge, Reefscape, presented by Haas. Reefscape is part of our ocean-inspired season, First Dive, presented by Qualcomm. Qualcomm is proud to partner with FIRST to inspire students to make waves with your innovations and transform into confident leaders. A big thanks to Qualcomm for their nearly 20 years of support and for investing in your future. And we're very excited to partner with our Reefscape season presenting sponsor, the Gene Haas Foundation. As a leading CNC manufacturer, Haas knows the skills you develop this season create success. Whether it's helping you prepare for today's game action, an F1 race, or exploring the depths of the ocean, Haas is proud to support FIRST Robotics competition teams around the world. A big thanks to Haas and to all our donors, from the largest companies to small businesses and individual donors who support FIRST and FIRST teams every season with sponsorship and volunteers. We truly couldn't do it without you. Here in Rhode Island, we are proud to be part of the New England District, which was founded in 2014. New England First wouldn't be able to deliver a strong FRC program in New England without amazing sponsors from all over our region. As we start the season, we would like to give a special thank you to this year's champion of strategic impact, BAE Systems, for their leadership and support. Yeah, thank you, BAE. Now please direct your attention to the screen for a video from BAE Systems.
A place where destinations cannot be traversed. And exploring beyond our boundaries is no longer achievable. But you are the next generation of problem solvers, ensuring this doesn't become reality. To lead the world and sustain the future of innovation, we need more dreamers and creators like you. For decades, BAE Systems and FIRST have worked together to inspire the next generation of STEM innovators, ensuring you have the opportunity to explore, learn, and achieve, to develop unique problem-solving skills, building the confidence to make the impossible possible. You are the key to bringing all this to life, developing technology that hasn't even been dreamed of yet. Together, we're cultivating the future and building a world that you believe in.
It's now my pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Commanding Officer of the Naval Undersea Warfare Center, Division Newport, Captain Chad F. Hennings.
Hey everybody, good morning. Thank you. It is an honor to be here. It's great to see everyone this morning. And again, it's truly an honor. This is really an impressive setup. I got a chance to walk around the pits, and the work you're doing there is truly amazing. We are doing some similar things at Newport. So what you do is really important. And the skills you're learning here is, at the level of things that we're actually doing. Right now, the unmanned undersea vehicles are pretty much the future. And so that's from a remotely operated perspective as well as an autonomous perspective. So, interestingly enough, watching the fact that this competition will have an autonomous perspective to it as well as a remote perspective to it with an operator and a human in the loop is really important there. And again, because whether you're doing whether your future is in research of the oceans or the land or it's Department of Defense, whatever it is, again, these vehicles really are our future. So, when I was kind of younger, in my younger years, there was this book I remember that it was titled, I think, Everything. I don't want to slaughter the name, but it was something to the effect of everything that I needed to know in life I learned in kindergarten. Well, I'm not sure about kindergarten, but I certainly, as I've progressed in my career, 30 years on submarines, I think I tallied it up once. I've spent 6 years of my life underwater when you go end to end in a boat. So, And all the things that I've learned there, it's funny, I can always kind of tailor it back to something that I learned in high school, right? So a lot of what we do is trigonometry, it's Newton's laws, it's that very, foundation that you're getting right now and here that is going to carry you for the rest of your lives. And, small teams matter, whether they're individual or the small teams you're working on here for this robotics competition. There's a lot of talk right now. People are kind of worked up a little bit in the government that, it used to be back in NASA's early days that a lot of solutions and technology came from these big government enterprises and research laboratories, and kind of industry is kind of taken over in terms of that innovation space. But it really doesn't worry me. And it's really kind of an American tradition, I think, to have that, those small teams, those individuals that make these breakthroughs, whether that's Ben Franklin with bifocals, Thomas Edison with the light bulb and electricity and the advances there, Steve Jobs, Paul Allen, giving the world the personal computer, and now SpaceX, smaller team, they're plucking booster rockets out of the sky. And kind of speaking of SpaceX, so, don't be afraid to fail, because a lot of what's been in the news here is, some of their recent, setbacks, but that is a learning process, and that's the most important thing you can get out of this, is don't be afraid to fail. And because there are big revolutions coming here, whether it's artificial intelligence and machine learning, additive manufacturing, and all these things, again, kind of lead to giving the individual and the small team the ability to do these things. And my last piece of things that I'll just leave you with is, these are impressive. I think everybody's seen the meme of the tabletop of all the gear that, what does in my pocket now, it kind of does it now automatically. But I'll tell you what, try to throw these things to the side occasionally. Whether that's going on a trip with your parents, if you're in the car, because they kind of call the phrase lost in thought, lost in your own thoughts. I don't like that phrase. I think the best kind of innovative and creative type of thinking that you do is just kind of when you're alone in those thoughts. So like I said, I just recommend occasionally, throw these things to the side. There's a lot of distractors in life. It's kind of nice. I do the same thing, but it's a really good practice to get into it, to just kind of set with your own thoughts and think. So with that, I just want to wish everybody luck. Again, this is a great event. Walking through the pits, just really, really impressed with all that you're doing. And it's really setting you up for just a great future in whatever endeavor in life that you take on. So again, thanks a lot. I hope you have a great competition, and good luck.
Thank you so much, Captain Hennings. And now I would like to provide a warm welcome to our next speaker, from our gracious host, URI. Please give a round of applause for President of University of Rhode Island, Mark Parlange.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's wonderful to be here with you. This is just a marvelous day, and I wish you all 37 teams, the very best in this competition. When we gather at the University of Rhode Island, we begin by acknowledging that we are on the traditional stomping ground of the Narragansett Nation and the Niantic people. I want to just tell you a little bit about the University of Rhode Island. We're very proud. As many of you may not know, we are the #1 ranked public university in New England. Whoa. We also recently were classified in Carnegie classification as Research 1, so that is the top research universities in the United States. And it's special I think for this competition, we're in the process right now of building a whole new ocean robotics building, a new ocean engineering building, and a new oceanography building. So a lot of the work that you're doing is going to feed into really the development of the University of Rhode Island and out on our Narragansett Bay campus. I hope many of you will come to URI to study engineering and science and other subjects here. One of the things that is incredibly special at URI is the fact that many of our students double major. And one of the key areas they double major in is in languages. So we have students studying Japanese, French, Italian, Spanish, German, Chinese. And so this is something that you will discover. Students have clubs, they have jobs, but also 80% of our undergraduates do research as part of their studies. And so you will enjoy that at URI. So it is now my great pleasure to introduce Professor Bob Ballard. Let me tell you a little bit about Professor Bob Ballard. First of all, a lot of people know Professor Ballard because in 1985, he discovered the final resting place of the Titanic. I think if you were to ask him, though, he would probably say his discovery of the first hydrothermal vents in the Galapagos in 1977, that was a big deal. And so, bravo, Professor Ballard. Yeah. Professor Ballard does a marvelous job with our students, with our other faculty colleagues. And so if you come to URI, you get a chance to work with really world leaders like Professor Ballard. He directs the Center for Ocean Exploration, which includes the Inner Space Center, management of a number of research vessels, including the Nautilus and the NOAA ship, the Explorer. And in 2009, he founded what is known as the Ocean Exploration Trust, which really connects ships out at sea back here with our students and with our faculty. So he is really a world leader, and we are just so happy that he's able to be here with us this morning. And he just flew in from San Diego, where he's working with his students out in the field. So with that, let's give a warm welcome to Professor Ballard. No pressure.
Well, thank you so much. And I got to tell you, I've been here, I came early. I wanted to spend time wandering the pits and getting to see people and talk to people. And it's so exciting to meet the next generation of our country in robotics. Robotics is really an amazing discipline, and what I like to remind the professor that I work with is generally people that major in robotics quickly recover their tuition. So you parents out there that are supporting your kids in robotics, you got a winner on your hands right here. What I'd like to do is talk briefly about the impact robotics and AI is having on our research. Now, believe it or not, I'm 83 years old in June, and as Mark Twain said, rumors of your death are his death was greatly exaggerated, because this is, to me, the most exciting time in my whole academic career, which began many years ago when I committed myself to exploring the oceans of the world that cover 72% of our planet is beneath the sea, and we have better maps of Mars than our own planet. And when we began mapping it, we realized that the largest mountain ranges on Earth are beneath the sea. Mount Everest is a little hill compared to the mountain ranges we find in the deep sea. The Grand Canyon is a ditch when you look at some of the tremendous trenches that are 7 miles down in depth. So really, my commitment early was to explore these amazing undersea terrains, and I was fortunate to be a graduate student at URI. Luck and timing is extremely critical in one's career. I happened to be a graduate student when we completely rewrote the earth science textbook and the concept of plate tectonics that is now a dominant driving engine in our search for our resources of our planet. In those early days, I'm dyslexic, and I'm very proud of it. I'm very excited about it. You'll notice that if you look, most of NASA engineers are dyslexic. Most of the engineers at MIT are dyslexic because we have a gift of visualization. Because I have to work in total darkness, but my mind is able to form an image, and I can see the light, so to speak. So I'm always a person of visual observation, the power of visual observation. I've always felt that if you stared at something long enough, you could figure it out. In fact, my kids said, "Stop staring at me so much, Dad," and I said, "I'm just trying to figure you out." So I began my career going down in deep diving submarines. After getting my PhD here at the Graduate School of Oceanography at URI, I went to the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution and spent 30 years before I now came back later when I was missing home. But I spent 20 years inside this deep diving submarine going down to explore the world I wanted to explore. And in that expedition, we made some of the seminal discoveries of going out to the mid-ocean ridge and proving that plate tectonics was no longer a theory, but in fact, a fact. Discovering high-temperature black smokers. This is what launched in 1979 the rush for the resources of our planet. This was the first time we ever saw the Earth creating rare earths and polymetallic sulfide deposits that have led to all of the rush now for finding rare earths within the ocean. We also, though, when we did Project Famous, we rewrote the geology book. When we did this discovery, we rewrote the chemistry book. But one of our greatest discoveries that the president just gave reference to was our discovery of hydrothermal vents, creatures that were living in total darkness that had learned how to replicate photosynthesis in the dark, not drawing their energy from the sun, but drawing their energy from the planet itself through a process now called chemosynthesis. But here's my problem. I was having difficulty getting to work. The average depth of the ocean is 12,000 feet down. The Titanic rests at 12,000 feet. And when I went down and explored the Titanic, it took me 2.5 hours in the morning to get to work and 2.5 hours to get home at night. I was spending most of my time in an elevator. So I went off to Stanford and on a sabbatical after getting tenure, and I began to dream. And this cartoon, if you read it, was published in 1981. And it's a concept we now call telepresence, being able to move your spirit and not your body. And I want to mention something immediately because I might forget. One of your greatest employers of you in the future is going to be in the area of electronic travel, moving spirits, not bodies. A lot of research, NASA made major discoveries that impacted upon our lives. Oceanography in our program is developing new technologies that will impact everyone, the ability to move your spirit. And I want to show you how I turned this cartoon, done in 1991, into a reality. And it all began with President Reagan. I want to tell you what we are doing right now at the Graduate School of Oceanography and the Ocean Exploration Cooperative Institute. In 1983, President Reagan signed the Law of the Sea Convention and created what we call the New America. The New America is where every rock that we own, our island, our land, you go out 200 miles, is American territory. And it represents 52% of our country. 52% of our country is beneath the sea. And he declared what's called the exclusive economic zone. And the story of what we're doing really dates back when I'm sorry you can't read this, but we were given our orders to conduct the second Lewis and Clark expedition. But since 65% of my team are women, we call it the Lois and Clark expedition. But it represents 5.5 Louisiana purchases. So we have a 10-year mission to go out and find out what we own. And this is the original team that formed it. We brought together a group of academic institutions with different skill sets. And one of our biggest challenges is to find rare earths within the US EEZ that can be harvested without any environmental impact. That's the challenge we're facing, and we believe we can do it because, as you can see, the greatest owner of rare earths is China, and they're now in the game that's being played, cutting off our access to rare earths. So our job is to find them within our own exclusive economic zone. So I acquired a ship. Like I say, I'm dyslexic, so I never read 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, but I saw the movie 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. And when I was 12 years old, and parents will always ask you, and I'm sure all of you have been asked the same question, what do you want to do when you grow up? What do you want to be? And I told my parents I wanted to be Captain Nemo. Now, they didn't laugh. They went in the other room, I'm sure, and said, Houston, we got a problem. But they said, work with me on this. And I became a Captain Nemo in the sense that I have a ship called the Nautilus that can carry me into the deep sea. And the way it works is our mission, which is really cool. Who could ask for a better mission than to boldly go, I love to say that, boldly go where no human has ever been in America. Think about it. Our mission is to go where no one has ever been in the United States. So, well, how do you deal with that? How do you deal with what are you going to discover? People say, what's your next great discovery? And I says, I don't think you understand the process. I don't know what it's going to be. I tripped over it. I tripped over hydrothermal vents. I was looking for something else. I tripped over black smokers looking for someone else, looking for something else. So the key is we sort of running the Nautilus thanks to our Inner Space Center down the street as like we're running an ambulance. It comes into a hospital and you have no idea what's inside the ambulance. The uncertainty, is it a mother having a baby? Is it someone that had a heart attack? So we have lined up with our program what we call doctors on call. So what we had to do was to take our ship, which is down exploring 24/7. You want to go to nautiluslive.org in a month. We're in the Philippines in dry dock right now, but we'll be coming out very shortly. And you can literally be aboard the ship 24 hours a day by going to that website. So this is my end effector. This is the technology that carries my spirit. You all remember the movie Avatar, where the war veteran Jake went in and they wanted to turn him into a Na'vi. Remember the scene in the movie where Jake is on a stretcher in the hospital, and next to him is this Na'vi, 8 feet long, blue-green, had funny ears and a tail to plug into a dragon. And the eyes blink, and he wakes up inside of the Na'vi. We call that an end effector. So he wakes up inside the Na'vi. What did Jake do the moment he discovered he was out of his body? Remember the scene? He got up and ran out of the room, and they thought he'd freaked out. Oh my God, I'm 8 foot long with green feet and all of that. They went and said, are you okay? And he says, of course I'm okay. Why did you run? He said, because I wanted the wind in my face again. Because he was a war veteran and he was paralyzed. And here's the point. He didn't care. He was 9 feet tall, blue-green with ears and a tail to drag. He could run again. That's my Na'vi. That carries my spirit to the ocean floor. And I'm able to go down. There's my command center aboard the Nautilus. And then I can put it on the satellite, go through the Inner Space Center at Rhode Island, you see it down in the lower right, and then out to doctors on call. So if you go and look at the watch leader, that guy up in the upper right-hand picture, he has a white book. He has hundreds of doctors ready to be called the moment a discovery is made in all categories of disciplines. So let's say it's Sarah, and you make a biological discovery that you're pretty confident is new. You look in the book and you find Sarah's on call. You call her. We always make all our discoveries at something like 2 o'clock Sunday morning. I don't know why. That's when I found the title. It seems like everything I discover is Sunday morning. So we're going to wake up Sarah, and she's in bed. And we say, boot up your laptop. She boots up. We promise her one-way video. She boots up her laptop, and we then patch her into the pilot, and she makes a decision. And 90% of the time it's to jump out of bed and head to her command center. I have one of these in my home. So I'm now, I can do this entire thing that I'm doing from my own house. And that's the future of electronic travel. When you all have mini IMAX theaters in your home. When I was growing up, we called it the den. Well, the den is back because you can then go into your room and be in Africa in a Jeep and the guy in the front seat's there and you think you're there. The electronic travel makes it possible. My family's been in this country 390 years. I'm 13th generation of my family and the first to go to college, along with my brother who he was most smarter than me, PhD in particle physics. But anyway, so I really want to make sure that everyone gets to see the world. So this is the thing that's going to be revolutionizing how we do it. But anyway, I want to show you this video of how we've fused together acoustical data, which is the yellow, and then fuse it optically. So we've now beginning to bridge the horizon from seeing something acoustically to seeing it optically in real time for our operators. And watch how we literally transform our technology, and that is what we can now do in the deep sea. So I just want to thank you for letting me speak for a few seconds, and hopefully you'll be coming to URI because it's a great institution and it offers a smorgasbord of opportunities, but I hope some of you will be in the College of Engineering and then go on to graduate school at the Graduate School of Oceanography like I did. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ballard. This event is honored to host one of the namesakes of our New England District Championship field divisions. We wish everyone luck as you hope to qualify for DCMP in just 3 weeks, where you might compete in the Ballard Division, named for Dr. Robert Ballard, or Sosek Division, named for Dr. Heidi Sosek of Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute. Now it's time to recognize our volunteers in the blue shirts. Please welcome your judges, led by Judge Advisor and First Alum Mike D'Souza. The judges want to hear your stories, your successes and challenges. This is a distinguished group from companies and organizations where you may want to work someday, so go network. Judges, thank you for your time and efforts. You've got a difficult task with this competitive group of teams. There's another group of volunteers you'll get to know here on the playing field. Their job is to ensure fair play, enforce the rules, and to help all teams compete intensely while remembering their gracious professionalism. Their rulings are final, and there will be no video reviews. Please welcome your referees, led by head referee and First Alum Amy Kelly. Along with a fair competition, safety is a priority at first. We want you to have fun and be safe at the same time. Helping us achieve that, please welcome our safety manager, Drew Womack. I think Drew is still over in the pits. Here at the event, we'd like to make sure you and your team have a safety plan. Mentors, please communicate your safety plan and a designated meeting place to your team. And congratulations to this year's Safety Animation Award winners, Team 1986, Team Titanium from Lee's Summit, Missouri. We'll play their winning animation tomorrow during the playoffs. We have just one award which recognizes an individual student and not a team. It's the Dean's List Award. Dean's List nominees, please stand. Let's give a round of applause for all these students who are nominated by their teams. Thank you, Dean's List nominees, for being such amazing leaders. As always, let's make sure that everything we do at the tournament reflects gracious professionalism. The nominees for the Woody Flowers Finalist Award, which was created in honor of Woody Flowers, the originator of gracious professionalism, will be honored during this weekend's award ceremonies. Throughout the competition, please maintain Woody's legacy by acting with gracious professionalism. Mentors nominated by their team are the Woody Flowers Finalist Award contenders. Mentors and coaches, you are critical to the FIRST experience. You help set the culture at FIRST and are part of the far-reaching support system we've built for students around the world who are realizing their dreams. We know that many of you also mentor teams from other FIRST programs, FIRST LEGO League and FIRST Tech Challenge. A big thank you to all the mentors and coaches for your dedication and efforts on behalf of all FIRST programs. And you can check out the other FIRST programs at the welcome table in the lobby. Finally, some housekeeping and safety reminders before we get started. Please note the location of the emergency exits. There's a fire extinguisher here at the scoring table and in pit admin. And the first aid station is located along the wall with the screen near the hallway to the pits. Safety is everyone's responsibility, so please help keep our walkways and exits clear. And if you see something unsafe, like a tripping hazard or a spill, please correct the issue immediately or ask pit admin, robot inspectors, or a safety manager to help. It's important for everyone to have a safe, supportive, and enjoyable time here. If anything or anyone is making you feel uneasy, don't hesitate to reach out to a trusted adult for assistance. The FIRST community cares for one another, so if you notice someone who seems to be having a tough time, take a moment to check in and see how you can lend a hand. Together, we can ensure that this event is safe and fun for everyone. Now, before we power up our robots and get them out here on the field, please stand for the national anthem. And with that, are we ready to play Reefscape? I think you can do a little bit better than that. Are we ready to play Reefscape? There we go. All right, let's get our robots out onto the field for our first match. We're going to get this competition started in just a few minutes. All right, another one of the voices you'll be hearing. Yeah. Oh, there we are. Hello, everybody. All right, one of the other voices you'll be hearing on the microphone this weekend is game announcer Dominique Regley.
Good morning, Rhode Island. Can y'all hear me? You can't hear me. We're going to try that again. Oh, now my volume's coming up. Can you hear me? Let me know if you can hear me. Who's excited for our first matchup? Okay, I think they can hear me. Let's meet the teams.
All right. For qualification match number 1, on our Red Alliance, we've got Team 5112. They're joined by Team 8085. And rounding out your Red Alliance, it's Team 6333.
Sponsored by Raytheon, Line Master Switch Corporation, Centerville Bank, and DoD STEM, it's Scavenger Robotics.
And their opponents on the Blue Alliance, we've got Team 190.
Sponsored by WPI and J. Bill Healthcare, make some noise for Gompy and the Herd.
They're joined by Team 97.
They're sponsored by Cambridge Ringe and Latin School, Ringe School of Technical Arts and Reversing Labs. It's Bionic Beef.
And rounding out your Blue Alliance, it's Team 2067.
Sponsored by Bishop Orchard, Pratt & Whitney, Rockmelt Automation, Lockheed Martin, and Medtronic. It's Apple Pie.
We are ready to set sail for our first match. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
We've got your first qualification match here at Rhode Island. Starting off strong on your Blue Alliance, Gompy and the Herd going up high for a level 4 Coral. Their Alliance partners, Apple Pie, able to match them as well. On your Red Alliance side, all 3 robots able to move from their starting line. Let's see if they're able to score some of their Coral as drivers take control. 5112, the Gondoliers for your Red Alliance, looking to go up high. We'll see if they can get it on. It is good for 5 more points. Meanwhile, over on Blue, all 3 robots going up. 97, Bionic Beef, able to get one on your level 2 for your Reef. Robots trying to score on the different levels. Ranking points assigned by Coral placed on all of the different levels. So very important, not just to score for points, but also some strategy around ranking points there. Meanwhile, over on your Red Alliance, we have 6333 Scavenger Robotics. They're looking to line up with the level 4. We'll see if they're able to do it. Their alliance partners, Mojo, grabbing an algae and then switching their intake back around to place the Coral. A very unique but strategic design there. With 1:20 left, Blue Alliance is ahead, 72-24. Apple Pie looking to capitalize on that lead. They've got a Coral in hand. Let's see if they can place it. As their alliance partners, Gompy and the Herd, able to place one, coming back for another in the trough. It is good. For your Red Alliance, the Gondoliers, another Coral in hand. We'll see where they go. They're going up to level 3. Can they place it? Lining up, and they're good for another 4 points. On your Blue Alliance, we have Apple Pie now with another Coral, back and forth. No defense in this match. All 3 robots on both alliances just scoring. 40 seconds left, and the Blue Alliance has made it to 90 points. We'll see if we're able to get into the triple digits in this very first match of URI. Red Alliance now, we have our first robot looking to go towards the barge. That's 8085 Mojo. We'll see if they're able to climb on that deep cage for 12 more points. For your Blue Alliance, all 3 robots now moving towards the barge. Let's see how many of them can get up with 10 seconds left. Meanwhile, on Red, the Gondoliers still looking to score some more Coral. With 4, 3, 2, and 1. We have 1 Blue robot up, 1 Red robot up at the end of qualification match number 1. We've got your scores for qualification match number 1. This one goes to your Blue Alliance. Starting the day with a high score of 128 points. Red Alliance also putting up an impressive 75. And we have 5 ranking points already for your Blue Alliance. Those ranking points will determine how our teams select alliances tomorrow.
All right, that was a great start to our matches. Let's meet our teams for the next one. On the Red Alliance, we've got Team 4176.
Sponsored by All Fired Up, Comcast, Booze Allen Hamilton, Easton Lions Club, and Oaks Ames Hall. It's the Iron Tigers.
They're joined by Team 558.
Sponsored by Yale University, United Illuminating, Avangrid, United Technologies, Comcast, NBC Universal, and Raytheon. Make some noise for Elm City Robo Squad.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, it's Team 1768.
Sponsored by the Dunn Family Foundation, Singapore, SmartApp.com, and RTX, it's Neshoba Robotics.
And their opponents on the Blue Alliance, we've got Team 3719.
Sponsored by 4-H Dominion, Millstone Power Station, Datotech, and New London Public Schools, and the Ide family, it's STEM Whalers.
They're joined by Team 1740.
Also sponsored by Dominion Millstone Power Station and the Ledyard Public Schools. Make some noise for Cyber Colonels.
And rounding out your Blue Alliance, it's Team 6620.
Sponsored by Control Automation Group and Bose, it's the Voltage Vikings.
The light is green and the thumbs are up. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
Qualification match number 2, all 6 robots taking action. First to score is 1740 for your Blue Alliance up high. Looks like all 3 of your red robots are happy where they're at, but 1740 going up for another 2 Coral in Autonomous in their first match of the day. That gives your Blue Alliance the advantage going into driver control period, but 1768 Neshoba looking to score up high. They're just off the mark. Their alliance partners 558 able to go up and score for your Red Alliance. Their alliance partners Iron Tigers getting one on the trough. That will be important as they try to score on various levels of your reef. Red Alliance is closing that gap, but Blue Alliance looking to take the lead further. Going way up high is 1740. They're a little off the mark with that piece of coral. They're gonna have to go back and grab another. We're seeing some of our first defense of the day as STEM Whalers come across the field to your Red Alliance side, pushing and shoving against 558 as they try to get to their coral feeders. 1768, though, for your Red Alliance, able to swerve past the defense, go up for 1, and now 2 coral. Impressive back and forth cycle times. Red Alliance have now taken the lead with those impressive cycle times, 49-40 with 1 minute and 5 left. A close matchup here. Blue Alliance looking to come back again, 66-20 with a coral falling just off the mark. They're gonna have to go grab another. This Red Alliance is moving fast now. 1768 with another coral, then pulling the algae out of the way to score. Iron Tigers also up for another 5 points. 66-44 your live scores as 558 looking to push and shove back and forth. Moving some of the game pieces out of the way, maybe to make it easier. Trying to grab an algae. A bit off the mark with that, but their alliance partners are able to score up high. 1740 for your Blue Alliance now. Looking to grab one of the algae off the reef. They're able to do so. They throw it out of the way. They don't want it there. These robots now lining up with their cages, looking to climb up high. Only 10 seconds left. Will any of them get up? Lining up, no one quite up yet with 2-1. We have a last minute climb on your Red Alliance. That is 41-76. We've got your scores from qualification number 2 going up on the board. This one goes to your Red Alliance with a score of 99-55. A lot of those points coming from the coral, and 5 ranking points in total for your Red Alliance.
All right, let's meet our teams for qualification match number 3. On the Red Alliance, it's Team 88.
Sponsored by Depois and Thighs Incorporated, Hardpack, Alma, and Form Labs, it's TJ Squared.
They're joined by Team 1119.
Sponsored by Walpole High School and the Gene Haas Foundation, it's the Pup Cups.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, it's Team 3464.
Sponsored by Ensign Brickford and Friends of SimCity, Raytheon, Acceleron, and School of Rock, it's SimCity.
Their opponents on the Blue Alliance, we've got Team 1350.
Sponsored by LaSalle Academy, make some noise for the Rambots.
They're joined by Team 2079.
Sponsored by Dassault Systems, Pratt & Whitney, the Gene Haas Foundation, Bauer, and General Dynamics, it's 4-H Alarm Robotics.
And rounding out your Blue Alliance, it's Team 10254.
Sponsored by the Falmouth Education Foundation, Falmouth Public Schools, and the MIT Club of Cape Cod, it's the Regal Seagulls.
Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Robots are out and in action for qualification match number 3. 88 TJ Squared up for 1. Let's see if they can get 2 Coral before the end of Autonomous. On your Blue Alliance, 10-2-54 also getting out of their starting zone. All robots in action now. 1-2 Coral going up for your Red Alliance from the Pup Cups and SimCity. 2079 a little stuck up on an algae over on Blue. They get off of it with the help of their Alliance partners. They're now able to go over to their station, grab a piece of Coral. We'll see where they line up for it. Red Alliance has an algae up high for another 4 points. 1-2 up and good. Meanwhile, Red Alliance is making quick work of their reef. TJ Squared going up a little off the mark. SimCity trying to grab 1-2. We'll see if either of those go in as the Pup Cups placing algae, looking to place it in the station. These alliances looking to maybe score cooperation bonuses, an important part of rankings eventually later on in the matchups. 2079 a little caught up again. We'll see if they're able to get back into action. 1350 for your Blue Alliance. It's the Rambots. They look to be a little stopped up, but with a minute 10 left in the match, let's see if they'll get into action. Live scores show the advantage towards your Red Alliance, and they are not slowing down now. 88 trying to score up high, a little off the mark with that one, but they are right back to grab another. Regal Seagulls for your Blue Alliance now, looking to line up with the trough and score again. It bounces on and then out of the trough. They're going to have to go grab another. With 90 points almost for your Red Alliance, they are not slowing down as 88 goes up again high for 5 more points on level 4. Pup Cups also looking to score. It is up and good. With 25 seconds left in this match, Regal Seagulls looking to push their alliance partners off of the algae, hopefully getting unstuck from their current positioning, but not quite able to get off. They might end there for this match. But the Red Alliance is looking to line up with the barge. That is Pup Cups 11-19. We'll see if they're able to climb up high with only 4 seconds left in the match. Can any of these Red Alliance or Blue Alliance robots get up? It looks like we have last-minute climbs from Team 88 at 10-54, but I'll leave that up to the refs to decide. We've got scores for qual number 3. This one goes to the Red Alliance. A new highest score of 129 points, 80 points of Coral in that match, and 5 ranking points. This is our 3rd match with 5 ranking points in a row. Very impressive stuff from the start of the day. We'll have to do it after.
Let's meet our teams for qualification match number 4. On the Red Alliance, it's Team 1735.
Sponsored by WPI and Boston Scientific, it's the Green Reapers.
They're joined by Team 2876.
Sponsored by Broadcom, Gene Haas Foundation, RTX, Ascendant Development, and BAE Systems, it is the Devilbots.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, it's Team 1757.
Sponsored by Westwood Public Schools, Medtronic, ACT Fasteners, and the Gene Haas Foundation, it is the Wolverines.
Their opponents on the Blue Alliance, it's Team 1474.
Sponsored by Onco Filtration, Holt and Bugabee, Rotis Training, Raytheon, and Tewksbury Public Schools, it is the Titans.
They're joined by Team 5000.
Sponsored by Massive Bolt Depot, Fluency Factors, Synonyms, Hingham Lumber, and BAE Systems, it's the Hammerheads.
And rounding out your Blue Alliance, it's Team 1699.
Sponsored by Dominion Nuclear, Connecticut Incorporated, the Gene Haas Foundation, Broughton Whitney, ABB, and Light Metals Coloring, it is RoboCats.
All right, our ship's looking seaworthy. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
We got robots up and in action for qual number 4. First to score on your blue alliance was the Hammerheads, but red alliance Devilbots matching them. 1 coral up high for both alliances. With driver control of the robots, they're quick into action here on the field. 1757 looking to line up. Meanwhile, for blue, we have an algae going out of the field. They're just that excited by it. 1699, they're your Robocats. They're going up to score for your blue alliance. It is good for another 5 points. Early advantage to the blue alliance, but red is making up ground. Devilbots up high again, looking to score on the reef. Their alliance partners looking to do the same. We'll see if either one of those goes up. Blue Alliance Robocats get another score as both of those red coral also are up and good. We've got a bit of inaction from Titans over on blue. We'll see if their robots able to get into the races here. Plenty of time to do so. Hammerhead's looking to grab another coral in their station, while your red alliance is looking to line up with the coral. Back and forth these robots are going. With 1:10 left, it's 41-33, a close matchup here. Some robots look to be stopped on the field, unfortunately, but their alliance are catching up for them. Both on red and blue, we have high scores from Robocats and from 1757. More high scores. Both of these alliances look to mainly be focused on the high level, level 4 of the reef, trying to get as many points as they can for each game piece that they score. A good strategy to try to win the match. We'll see as strategies change around throughout the competition. 1757 with another up high. It is good. Your alliance is almost done with their level 4 on the reef. Blue alliance looks to be done with their level 4. A very close match, only 8 points separating these teams. 10 seconds left. The end game strategy is going to take effect. Red alliance looks to be lining up with the barge. Blue alliance looks to be focused on their reefs with 2, 1. We'll wait to get you those scores in just a minute. We've got your scores for that matchup. Taking qualification match number 4 is your Blue Alliance. 83-71. Blue Alliance each getting 4 ranking points from that match, mainly scoring coral, coral being the deciding factor in this matchup.
Let's meet our teams for our next qualification match. On the Red Alliance, it's Team 5735.
Sponsored by Analog Devices Incorporated, Raytheon Technologies, the Dennis Family, Reversing Labs, and the Village Bank, it's Control Freaks.
They're joined by Team 151.
Sponsored by Make It Labs, Loomis Sales, GHO Ventures, BAE Systems, and Boston Garden Society, it's Tough Techs.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, it's Team 78.
Sponsored by Naval Undersea Warfare Center, DoD System, STEM, Terry Deegan Real Estate and Consulting, and the South Coast Powder Coating, it's Airstrike.
Their opponents on the Blue Alliance, it's Team 663.
Sponsored by Winsfield Christian School, Bach Knives, WRT Management Corp, Koopman Lumber, and EMX Controls, it's the Power Sharks.
They're joined by Team 9443.
Sponsored by Pentucket Regional School District, Crystal Engineering, NASA, Pentucket Arts Foundation, and First Robotics at Pentucket. Make some noise for Aluminum Panthers.
And rounding out your Blue Alliance, it's Team 246.
Sponsored by Boston University and the Boston University Academy, it's the Lobsterbots.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Qual number 5, and these robots are shooting into action. Lobsterbots up high for 7 points on their reef. Airstrike looking to match them on the Red Alliance, a little bit off, but the Red Alliance does get a coral in the trough. I know how to pronounce words. That buzzer means that drivers are taking control of their robots, and quick into action are the Power Sharks. 663 going up high. Let's see if they're able to score. A little off the mark, but their sharks are full of energy on the side of the fields. I see y'all. On your Red Alliance, 151 successfully scoring up high on their reef. Airstrike matching them, now back with another. We'll see. A little off the mark with that one. They're going to have to grab another one. But instead going for an algae. Our first algae of the match. Let's see if they can score it. It is up and good. A tight match, only 3-point difference right now. Red Alliance looking to come ahead. 151 with a coral. 78 Airstrike with a coral. But Blue Alliance matching them. Lobsterbots able to go up, and so are the Power Sharks. 9443 look to be stopped up. Maybe they'll be able to come into action. Plenty of time left. But their Alliance partners making quick work of the top of the reef. Blue Alliance able to stay slightly ahead with this strategy of focusing on the top of the reef. Red Alliance taking a more balanced approach, maybe going for algae, going for different levels of coral, maybe to try and get the ranking points. These different strategies will come into play. We'll see how they pan out with a minute left. 57-35 Control Freak successfully getting a coral on level 2 for your Red Alliance. Their Alliance partners going for level 3, and it is good. Blue Alliance completely filled up the top level of coral. Now looking to go on the 3rd level. Our Lobsterbots able to successfully do so. Still only 4 points between these two alliances. It is an incredibly close match. 78 grabbing another algae for Red. We'll see if they're able to put a 3rd one up and in. Tied up with only 20 seconds left. It is anyone's game. Blue Alliance edging ahead just a little bit. But the Red Alliance is also making quick work of their reef. It's a 2v3, and the Blue Alliance is holding in there. 3 points left with 5 seconds left. It is all tied up. Who's going to win this thing? Can 78 get up in time? We'll have to see if they did. Scores coming to you shortly. We've got your scores from that very close matchup. Let's see who took it. Blue Alliance takes qualification number 5, 94-88. Blue Alliance earning 4 ranking points in that match with 88 points worth of coral during the live game.
All right, and joining us on the mic now, give it up for game announcer Haley DeAngelis.
Hello, Rhode Island. Let's get qualification match number 6 started.
On the Red Alliance, we've got Team 5494.
Sponsored by ARC Industries, Harry's Mold and Metal, Holbrook Insurance, and Boston Mutual Insurance, it's Bizarre Bots Robotics.
They're joined by Team 811.
Sponsored by Any First Base Systems, Analog Devices, and Mom's Egg Rolls, Brady Sullivan, Society of Women Engineers, it's the Cardinals.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, it's Team 1153.
Sponsored by Analog Devices, Legacy Engineering, WN Duggan Company, and Cotman Lumber, it's Timberwolves.
Their opponents on the Blue Alliance, it's Team 181.
Sponsored by Raytheon, Pratt & Whitney, Stanley Black & Decker, and Ready CT, it is Birds of Prey.
They're joined by Team 2064.
Sponsored by Wolf Family Hardware, Woodbury, Dominic's and Vinny Pizza, RTX Raytheon, Gene Haas Foundation, and Sikorsky of Lockheed Martin, it's the Panther Project.
And rounding out things on blue is Team 5962.
Sponsored by UMass Lowell, Merrimack Valley Robotics and Family and Community, Boston Scientific, and Comcast, it's Persevere.
Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Now kicking off qualification match number 6, we are seeing movement here. 1153 taking 1153 seeing if they can remove that algae from the coral. And also grabbing all right, now coming into the teleoperative period, 5494 having a piece of coral, trying to see if they can score it up onto the high level, working with their alliance partner here. Meanwhile, over on the Blue Alliance, seeing Team 181 removing some algae from the reef. 2064 having a piece of coral, trying to see if they can score it up into the level 3, into the mid-coral, and that looks promising. Meanwhile, back over their alliance partner, Team 5962, also having a piece of coral in their possession, trying to see where they'll place it up. We will come right back to them. Meanwhile, 2064 trying to see if they can grab a piece of coral over from their receiver on their alliance side. Coming back over to the Red Alliance team, 811, grabbing a piece of coral, trying to see where they're going to put it. 1153 having a piece of algae, trying to see if they can get it up in the net, and that looks promising. Meanwhile, over back on the Red Alliance, we see Team 181, Birds of Prey, having some defense going on with the Red Alliance. 5494 trying to see if they can grab some coral from their alliance side. Meanwhile, 1153 trying to see if they can get another piece of algae in the net, and that looks promising. Meanwhile, back over on the Red Alliance, we see Team 2064 going for the low coral. 5962 heading back to their alliance side receiver, trying to see if they can grab some coral there. 181 hanging out with their friends over on the Red Alliance team, 811. 1153 trying to see potentially if they're going to remove that algae there from the coral. And that looks promising. 35 seconds remaining. Anything can still happen here. 181 Birds of Prey still hanging out with their friends over on the Red Alliance. Meanwhile, back over on the Blue Alliance team, 2064 having a piece of coral in their possession, trying to see where they're going to end up bringing that over to. That sound does mean there's 20 seconds left here. Official gameplay here. We see the Red Alliance heading over to the barge, potentially seeing if we will see anyone climbing onto the cages. We see 1153 heading over for the shallow cage. Meanwhile, 181 also heading over for their cage as well. We see the entire Red Alliance hanging out by the barge, one on the cage. As time expires, we'll have an official score for you here in just a moment.
While we wait for our scores, everybody, we have a brown leather wallet that has been lost down at the scoring table. Please come to one of our question boxes if you are missing a brown leather wallet. Thank you.
And it looks like the results are in from qualification match number 6. It looks like it will be going to the Red Alliance here with the score of 112 to 56 for qualification match number 6, and the Red Alliance walking away with 4 ranking points.
All right, let's meet our teams for qualification match number 7. On the Red Alliance, it's Team 97!
Bionic Beef.
They're joined by Team 3464!
From Simsbury, Connecticut, it is Sim City.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, it's Team 348!
Sponsored by McLear Car Eye Care, Joseph's Garage, Scott's Landscaping, Home Depot, and Lowe's, it is Norwell Robotics.
Their opponents on the Blue Alliance, it's Team 1768!
It's Nashoba Robotics.
They're joined by Team 6333!
Scavenger Robotics from Putnam, Connecticut.
And rounding out your Blue Alliance, it's Team 2067!
Apple Pie.
All right, this next match is going to be madness. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
Going into qualification match number 7, we see the Blue Alliance Team 1768 and 2067 bringing over some pieces of coral into the reef zone. Both teams also trying to see if they can get a second piece of coral onto the reef zone, and it looks like it bounces off of the zone. Now going into the teleoperated period. 3468 having a coral in their possession, seeing if they're going to place it on the high level of the reef zone, and that looks promising. Meanwhile, over on the Blue Line, Team 6333, Scavenger Robotics, hanging out right by the barge. Meanwhile, over their alliance partner, Team 1768, trying to see if they can head over to their receiver and see if they can bring another piece of coral onto the high level, and that looks good. Meanwhile, back over on the Red Alliance, Team 97 trying to see if they can remove some algae from the reef zone. 34-68 also trying to see if they can remove an algae from the reef zone. That looks good. Meanwhile, looking back over at the Blue Alliance, we see Team 2067, Apple Pie, trying to see if they can bring a coral up onto the reef zone. That looks good. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, Team 1768, heading back over to their coral processor and grabbing some more coral and placing it up onto the zones and removing algae. Meanwhile, over on the Red Alliance, Team 3468 placing a coral up onto the high level. 1768 bringing over some more coral from the coral processor and placing it onto level 3, the mid-level of the reef zone here. Meanwhile, back over on the Red Alliance, Team 3464. Sim City trying to see if they can take that coral and place it up onto the reef zone, while working with their alliance partner here, Team 97. We'll come right back to them. Meanwhile, back over on the Blue Alliance, we see Teams 1768 and 2067 trying to see if they can grab as much coral as they can to bring over to the reef zone. With just under 30 seconds, anything can still happen here. 34-64 on the Red Alliance side, Team Sim City placing a coral up onto the high level of the reef. That sound does mean there's 20 seconds left of official gameplay. 34-64 having a coral in their possession, trying to see if they can place it up onto the high level. Meanwhile, over on the Blue Alliance, we do see Team 2067 Apple Pie hanging onto the cage in the barge zone. 1768 hanging out in the barge with them. Red Alliance team number 97 also potentially in the barge. As time expires, we'll have an official score for you here in just a minute. And the results are in from qualification match number 7. Looks like it'll be going to the Blue Alliance here, with the score of 94-23. Blue Alliance walking away with 5 ranking points for qualification match number 7.
All right, it's time to meet our teams for our next qualification match. On the Red Alliance, it's Team 4176.
Iron Tigers from Northeastern Massachusetts.
They're joined by Team 5000.
Hammerheads.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, it's Team 2079.
4H Alarm Robotics.
And their opponents on the Blue Alliance, it's Team 1119.
Pop Cops from Wellbowl, Massachusetts.
They're joined by Team 1350.
The Rambots from Providence, Rhode Island.
And rounding out your Blue Alliance, it's Team 190.
Gompy and the Herd.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Coming into qualification number 8, all of the action happening. 5000 Hammerheads losing control and having a coral in their possession. Meanwhile, over on the Blue Alliance team, 190 Gompy and the Herd getting a piece of coral from the coral processor and bringing it over to the reef zone. That sound does mean now we are in the teleoperated period here. 2079 heading over to their coral processor to see if they can bring over some more coral into the reef zone. Meanwhile, team 1350, the Rambots trying to play some defense over on the Red Alliance side. Meanwhile, back over on the Blue Alliance team, 1119 Pup Cups heading over to their coral processor, seeing if they can grab some more coral and bring it back over to the Red Alliance reef zone. Meanwhile, back over on the Red Alliance team, 5000 having a piece of coral in their possession. However, it looks like they're getting blocked by team 1350. Meanwhile, over on the Blue Alliance team, 190 Gompy and the Herd heading over to their coral processor, trying to see if they can get some coral to bring over to their reef zone. Over on the Red Alliance team, 4176 Iron Tigers trying to bring a piece of coral over into the reef zone. That looks promising. Meanwhile, over on the Blue Alliance team, 190 Gompy and the Herd having a piece of coral in their possession, seeing if they're going to bring it over to the coral zone, into the reef zone. Meanwhile, team 5000 Hammerheads bringing a piece of coral over into the reef zone. With just over a minute remaining, anything can still happen here. 2079 having a coral in their possession, working with their alliance partner here, team 5000 Hammerheads, trying to bring over some more coral into the reef zone. Back over to the Blue Alliance side, team 1119 Pup Cups having some coral in their possession, trying to see if they can bring it over into the reef zone. And it looks promising, going for that level 3, that midsection coral in their reef zone. 40 seconds remaining. 2079 having a piece of coral in their possession, trying to place it up onto the reef zone, and it looks like it's going to slip out of the reef zone. 5000 Hammerheads also having a coral in their possession, slipping it out. Meanwhile, the alliance partners over on the Blue Alliance team, 1350 and 1119 heading over to the barge zone. 4176 also heading over to their barge zone as well. Over on the Blue Alliance team, 190 Gompy and the Herd grabbing some more coral from their coral processor, trying to see if they can bring it over onto the high level. It looks promising. Meanwhile, 5000 Hammerheads heading for their barge. As time expires, we'll have an official score for you here in just a moment. And it looks like results are in. For qualification match number 8, it looks like it's going to be going to the Blue Alliance here, with the score of 113 to 53 for qualification match number 8, with the Blue Alliance walking away with 3 ranking points, mostly due to Coral.
We've got qualification match number 9 coming up next. Let's meet our teams. On the Red Alliance, it's Team 246.
Over from Boston, Massachusetts, it's the Lapstabots.
They're joined by Team 5112.
The Gongoliers.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, it's Team 3719.
Coming from New London, Connecticut, it's the Stem Whalers.
Their opponents on the Blue Alliance, we've got Team 8085.
Mojo from Milford, Connecticut.
And Team 5735.
Control Freaks from Wayland High School.
And rounding out your Blue Alliance, it's Team 88.
TJ Squared.
We're ready to dive in. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Now starting off qualification match number 9, 246 Lapstabots coming in, swinging, placing a piece of coral up onto the reef zone, and also taking a piece of algae down with it. Meanwhile, back over on the blue lines, we have Team 8085 Mojo grabbing an algae from their reef zone and placing it up into their net. Now we're going into teleoperator period here. 88 TJ Squared removing a piece of algae from the reef zone, and it looks like their alliance partner Team 5735 Control Freaks is also following suit and doing the same. 37-15 heading under their barge into the blue alliance side. Meanwhile, over on the red alliance, Team 3719, Team 5112 bringing over a coral and placing it up onto the reef zone. Meanwhile, their alliance partner Team 246 laps the bats, having a piece of coral in their possession, trying to see if they can bring it up onto the reef zone. And that looks promising. Meanwhile, back over onto the blue alliance side, we do see Team 3719 hanging out with their friends over on the blue alliance. Meanwhile, Team 88 TJ Squared zipping around with the piece of coral, placing it up onto the mid-level. Meanwhile, we see over on the blue alliance side, their human players sending up some algae from the processor. 8085 Mojo grabbing some coral from their coral processing zone and bringing it over into their reef zone. 5112 the Gondoliers trying to see if they can potentially bring another piece of coral, but it looks like they've removed the algae that was stuck to their robot. 246 laps the bats, also seeing if they can grab a piece of coral and bring it over into their low level for their reef zone. We will come back to that. Meanwhile, back over on the blue line side, we see teams 8085 and also team 5735 heading over to their control coral processor zone to grab some coral, bring it over to their reef zone. 88 TJ Squared bringing over a piece of coral onto the high level of their reef zone. 25 seconds remaining. 246 laps the bots trying to send a piece of coral into their middle reef zone, and it looks like it falls short. Meanwhile, now we are heading into the end game period. Team 3719 hanging out up under the barge. Meanwhile, Team 88 is heading over to the cage trying to see if we can potentially see a climb here. 246 placing more and more coral up onto the reef zone. 246 going to join their alliance running Team 3719 under the barge, and it looks like we could see the blue alliance potentially hanging out under the barge as time expires. We'll have an official score for you here in just a moment. And the results are in. Looks like it'll be going to the Blue Alliance here with the score of 139-64, setting the event high score of the day. Walking away with 5 ranking points towards the Blue Alliance.
right, it's time to meet our teams for qualification match number 10. On the Red Alliance, it's Team 2064.
The Panther Project.
They're joined by Team 10-54.
From Falmouth, Massachusetts, it's Regal Seagulls.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, it's Team 811.
Cardinals.
And their opponents. Over on the blue side of the field, we've got Team 78.
From Newport, Rhode Island, it's Airstrike.
They're joined by Team 5494.
Bizarrebots Robotics from Holbrook Middle and High School.
And rounding out your blue alliance, it's Team 6620.
Voltage Vikings from North Smithfield, Rhode Island.
As we get ready for our next match, a reminder, we've got a brown leather wallet that was lost down here at the scoring table. If you are the owner of a brown leather wallet and you don't know where it is, it's down here. Come over to one of our question boxes on either side of the scoring table or talk to us from behind it and come pick up your wallet. We're ready to get our match underway. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
Coming into qualification match number 10, we see 5 out of the 6 robots alive. We see Team 2064. The Panther Project heading over to their coral processor, trying to see how much coral they can grab and bring over to their reef zone. Meanwhile, over on the Blue Alliance, we see Team 78 Airstrike bringing over some coral into the reef zone. Now going into the teleoperated period, 10-2-52, removing a piece of algae over from the player station. 2064 also removing some coral from the reef zone here. 6620 Voltage Vikings heading over to their coral processor, trying to see if they can grab some coral out of their processor to bring over to the reef zone potentially. Meanwhile, 78 Airstrike bringing up some coral onto their reef zone. Meanwhile, back over on the Red Alliance, we see Team 10-2-52 knocking over some algae, trying. We'll see where they bring that algae back in a second. Meanwhile, their Alliance runner Team 811 Cardinals having a piece of coral, trying to see if they're going to place it up over onto the high reef zone, but we will come right back to that. 78 Airstrike having a piece of coral, bringing it up onto the high zone in the reef zone. 811 having a piece of coral in their possession, trying to see if they can place it up on the high level. Instead goes in the low level. 2064 also having a coral in their possession, placing it up over onto the low level here. 6620 trying to see what they're going to do with that coral. Meanwhile, their Alliance runner Team 5494 hanging out in between the reef zone and the processor of the Blue Alliance side. With just a minute remaining, anything can still happen. 2064 having a piece of coral in their possession, trying to see if they can bring it over into the lower level of the reef zone. Meanwhile, we see from the Blue Alliance side over in the processor that we see another piece of algae heading into the net zone. 40 seconds remaining. 78 Airstrike hanging out right by the reef zone. 6620 hanging out under the barge with their Alliance runner Team 5494. Meanwhile, over on the Red Alliance side, Team 811 Cardinals having a piece of coral, placing it up onto the high zone. 10-2-52 and 2064 hanging out right under their barge. That sound does mean there's 20 seconds left. Official gameplay here. 78 Airstrike heading for the barge as well. 2064 climbing up onto the cage. 811 trying to see if they can bring some more coral onto the reef zone. It looks like they're going for the high zone. The entire Blue Alliance hanging out by the barge. We see 1, 2, 3, 4 robots ascending as time expires. We'll have an official score for you here in just a moment. And it looks like the results are in for qualification match number 10. It looks like it'll be going to the Red Alliance here with the score of 153-90, setting the event high score of the day thus far and walking away with 5 ranking points towards the Red Alliance. All right, friends, let's give a warm welcome to the other master of ceremonies for this event, Samantha Harkness.
Good afternoon. Mic's not working. AV.
AV, let's see if we can get that microphone working. One moment for technical difficulties. Thank y'all.
It's on. Oh, we're not getting now we are. Why is it? It's coming in and out. Yeah. Good. All right. Good afternoon, Ocean State. First up on the red, we got 1740.
They're the Cyber Colonels.
With them, we have 151.
It's Tough Techs.
And last on their alliance team, 9443.
From West Newbury, Massachusetts, it's the Aluminum Panthers.
Swimming on over to the blue side, we have 558.
Elm City Robo Squad.
With them is 1699.
Clawing onto the field, it's the RoboCats.
Last but certainly not least, 1757.
From Westwood, Massachusetts, it's the Wolverines.
Oh, I see over here someone's starting to try the wave. All right, we got a thumbs up. In. Thumbs down. Second try is a charm. 3, 2, 1, dive.
We've got all 6 robots in action here in qualification match number 11. Going up high, we had 1740. Their googly-eyed robot looking to place its second coral. Second one just off the mark before the end of autonomous. But the first coral that they scored do give the Red Alliance an advantage coming into teleoperated period. And their alliance partners, Aluminum Panthers and Tough Techs, both trying to score up on the reef. One is good from Tough Techs. Aluminum Panthers having to move an algae out of the way before they're able to score. Meanwhile, on your Blue Alliance, we're still looking to get our first coral up high. RoboCat successfully doing so. Their alliance partners, 558, have a coral in hand. Might be having some trouble moving around. It's okay, though, because 1757 Wolverines able to go up and get another point for Blue. Only 4-point difference in this matchup. 151 looking to extend the Red Alliance lead with a coral up on level 4. We see some Red Alliance defense over on our blue side. That's 9443 Aluminum Panthers pushing and shoving with the Wolverines, not letting them get out of their coral station over to score. Now able to do so. That's 1 up, 1 just off the mark for your Blue Alliance. 1 coral very precariously tilting around on the top of the Blue Alliance reef. Hopefully it can stay on as the Wolverines add to their score for blue. Red Alliance, though, making quick work. Another googly-eyed score from 1740 Cyber Colonels. 558 for blue, also playing defense. A defense robot on both sides of the field now, switching up some strategy in the latter half of this match. Pushing and shoving between the Wolverines and Panthers continue. Cats versus dogs over there. We're seeing who can put up the biggest fight. Another high score, though, from your Wolverines, able to push through. All of our cages swinging back and forth already as we enter the last 20 seconds of the match. We'll see if that affects how the teams are able to line up with the cages to climb. Only 10 seconds now. 3 robots back in the barge. Can any of them get up in the air with 3, 2, 1? One last-minute climb from your Aluminum Panthers on red. We'll see if that's able to keep them in the lead when we come back with your scores. We've got your scores from that matchup. The Red Alliance takes it 95-70. Please note that 558 did receive a yellow card during that match. That was a G423 violation for contact within a robot's frame perimeter.
Let's get to know these teams in match number 11. First up, reaping the benefits of today, 1735.
The Green Reapers.
Right down the middle, we have 5962.
Persevere.
And lastly, but not least, 1474.
From Tewksbury, Massachusetts, it's the Titans.
All right, let's swim on down to the blue side where we have 2876.
Work hard, play hard, it's the Devilbots.
And their partners looking to take a chunk out of today, 663.
The Power Sharks.
And last with them is 1153.
With their Robot Wolf Gang, it's the Timberwolves.
We are ready to start this match. In 3, 2, 1, dive!
3 Blue Alliance robots quick to line up with their reef. 1 up high from the Devilbots for your Blue Alliance. Power Sharks look to be staying where they are with their coral. They're happy, almost lined up before the match. A big collision, though, before the end of Autonomous. Luckily, Devilbots staying upright. They can go right to score that second coral they've picked up. Red Alliance now taking action as well. 1753 up high. That's the Green Reapers. Let's see where they go to score. All 3 of these robots looking to line up in place. 1 is just off the mark. 2 off the mark. We'll see if the Green Reapers are able to get theirs up and good. Meanwhile, for your Blue Alliance, we see Timberwolves using the algae. We don't see them as often, but they have put 1, 2 algae up into the net. Their alliance partners, Power Sharks, now lining up with a coral of their own, going for a level 4 on the reef. It's good. Blue Alliance is making quick work, up to 50 points with a minute 30 left. Now 66 points already just in that short amount of time. Another algae up, bouncing around. Timberwolves shooting their algae into the net. An interesting strategy. We'll see if that algae is able to stay in as more and more gets added. Blue Alliance with a strong showing, though, as Timberwolves and Power Sharks both adding another coral to their reef. On your Red Alliance side, Persevere looking to line up, looking to take some points out for Red. We'll see which level of the reef they're going for. Another algae up high. We have 5 algae scored for your Blue Alliance. We haven't seen too much algae played today, so very exciting stuff over here on Blue. Timberwolves now controlling both an algae and a coral, able to go score their coral and then go over to score the algae consecutively, doing one and then the other, reducing the amount of time it takes for them to cycle back and forth. Blue Alliance with already 130 points in this match. 20 seconds left. We're going to see who can climb. Looks like 1474 is lined up, maybe just staying there to park at the end. 2 blue robots looking to go up. 1 is up, 2 is up. 10 seconds left in this match. Can any more points go up high from Red? Power Sharks looking for 1 from Blue with 1. That will be the end of your matchup. 2 Blue Alliance robots up at the end of that match.
All right, everybody, before we start our next match, there's one announcement. The College of Engineering is doing lab tours all day, available to all who are interested. Tour transportation is running on a half-hour basis, 10 a.m. to 12 noon and 1 p.m. to 2:30. See the table in the main lobby.
We've got your scores from that matchup. Taking the win is your Blue Alliance with a new highest score of the day, 155 points with 5 ranking points. 100 of those points were from Coral on the Reef. Very impressive stuff. That brings all 3 of your Blue Alliance robots up in the rankings.
All right, everybody, let's get to know this time. We've got 348.
They're Norwell Robotics.
With them, they've got the Juice, 885.
It's Mojo.
And chopping out the rest, we've got 246.
Our crustacean friends, they're the Lobsterbots.
Thank you. Once again, swimming on over to the Blue Alliance, we have 3464.
Sim City.
And with them, we have 181.
From Hartford, Connecticut, it's the Birds of Prey.
Last with them, 2079.
4-H Alarm Robotics.
Oh, it sounds like we've got a little bit of a cheer section over here. Green light means go. 3, 2, 1, dive.
Qualification match number 13. Our Red Alliance robots are up and moving. Mojo look to be lined up with their reef, but they're not going to score their coral quite yet. Our robots are happy where they're at the end of this autonomous period. But with that buzzer, drivers are taking control, and Lobsterbots quickly zooming across the field to play some defense against their Blue Alliance counterparts. SimCity, the first up and high for your Blue Alliance. 2079 matching them with another coral. That's 10 total points for Blue. Over on Red, Mojo now scoring their coral up on level 3. And their alliance partners, 348, getting a coral from their coral station. We'll see where they go to score it. Blue Alliance making good work of their reef. Top level, another score up high from 4-H Alarm. But Lobsterbots not letting SimCity through at all, playing some tough defense over on the Blue Alliance side. 181 scoring into their processor area. A little off the mark with that algae. They're going to go back and grab another. Mojo with an algae of their own. Go up to shoot, but shoot it the wrong direction and almost hit one of our referees. We're all good, though. No concerns. Live score with a minute left shows only a 1-point difference between these two alliances. It is anyone's game. Red Alliance trying to come and take the victory. Norwell and Mojo both looking to score on some of the lower levels. One is up and good, But here comes 4-H Alarm with a coral of their own. It's a little off the mark. They're going to have to go back and grab another. All of these Blue Alliance robots avoiding Lobsterbots. They do not want to have to play with the defense, trying to change their strategy around to adjust to it. Red Alliance, though, with a bit of a lead now. Mojo looking to capitalize it. Another score on your level 3. These robots over on the Red Alliance making work of the level 3. We've seen mostly level 4, so this is an interesting change of strategy in that sense. Only 8 seconds left. Still an incredibly close score. Will any of these robots be able to climb? We have one red robot up. End of the match. We'll see if that holds on to their lead.
I don't know, everybody. Looks like a close one to me.
We've got your scores from that matchup. The victory goes to your Red Alliance. 74-52. Red Alliance there earning 4 ranking points in total.
Hey everybody, if I could have your attention really quick, we've got a wallet up here. If anybody has lost their wallet, please come see the queuing table. Dominique, I think it's time to get ready and meet these teams.
I think
First
right.
off, on the red we have 78.
Their airstrike.
Meeting up with them, we have 3719.
The STEM Whalers.
Lastly with them, 1350.
The Rambots from LaSalle Academy.
Coming down to the blue side, we have 5112.
It's the Gongoliers.
And with them, we have 4176.
Iron Tigers.
With them in the last spot, we have 2064.
The Panther Project. Panthers and Tigers on your Blue Alliance.
right, guys, let's hear it. We got a thumbs up here at the table. 3, 2, 1, dive.
Our robots are out and in action for qualification number 14. First to score is 78 airstrike for your Red Alliance. They're coming back with another coral. Let's see if they can get it up before the end of autonomous. It's a little off the mark. They'll have to grab another. They do so immediately, back and swinging into action. Over on your Blue Alliance side, we have 2 on the trough and 1 on level 1 for Blue. That's thanks to your Panther Project and the Iron Tigers. The Gondoliers for Blue now with a coral in their robot, going way up high for level 4. Let's see if they can get it. Lining up just a little bit. It's good. 1350 for Red. That's the Rambots. They're looking at some defense on your Blue Alliance side, pushing and shoving these robots so that it's harder for them to score. Blue Alliance, though, not deterred. 2064, able to get another one on level 1 for your Blue Alliance. 78, though, looking to close the gap between these teams. Another coral up high. They are soloing the Reef right now, the only scoring robot for Red, but they are making quick work and putting up a tough fight in a 2v1. 1476 has switched over to playing some defense now, trying to make it harder for 78 to keep scoring, but they quickly adjust to going to the other coral station. Some quick strategy from your Red Alliance. Blue Alliance, though, still with the lead, 5-1-1-2, going up high, looking to keep it that way. A little off the mark with that one. They're going to have to go back and grab another, but the Panther Project able to score on level 2. With 35 seconds in the match, there's an advantage towards your Blue Alliance, but 78 airstrike is putting up a fight. Their alliance partners also coming back to the barge zone, maybe going to be able to climb onto these cages and score additional points for Red Alliance. We've got robots looking to come up high. First up is Panther Project. They are up on their deep climb. 78 doing the same. 5 seconds left. Can the Gondoliers get back to Blue? Looks like everyone is happy where they are at the end of the match.
All right, everybody, really quick before we start the next match. 15 will be our last match before lunch. After that, we are returning at 2.
We've got scores from that matchup. Let's see who's gonna take it. Winning qual 14 is your Blue Alliance. 100 points to 76. All three Blue Alliance robots moving up in the rankings after getting 5 ranking points from that match.
Let's get to know the teams for match 15. We've got 1699.
It's the RoboCats.
With them in the middle, we have 5735.
Control Freaks.
Smells good over here, 2067.
Celebrating Pie Day with us is the Apple Pies.
Down on the blue side, we hear, let me hear it, 88.
TJ Squared.
We got team 5000 with them.
They're the Hammerheads.
And rounding out their alliance, 6333.
Spreading their wings is Scavenger Robotics.
So there's a big chunk of robot right there.
Oh, sorry.
Thumbs up over here. 3, 2, 1, dive.
We got your current top-ranked team on blue, your current second-ranked team on red. Let's see how this match shakes up the scores. Quick to action are both alliances. Blue Alliance with 3 coral up high already. Hammerheads looking to add to that towards the end. They're going to be able to do so as they take control of their robots. 1699 RoboCats quick for red to put one up on level 4. All 3 Blue Alliance robots doing the same. 5735 Control Freaks have come across the field to their Blue Alliance counterparts. They're looking to play some tough defense against TJ Squared, not let them score up high. Working so far as TJ drops 1 coral, but they're able to go back quickly and get another up and good. Over on red, we're seeing a very filled up level 4 of the reef Adding to that is Apple Pie and the RoboCats. 1 for 1, they are going back and forth. Now looking at a couple different levels, going down low in the trough. Lots of pushing and shoving on your Blue Alliance side from this defense. A heavy contact match. Control Freaks not letting up. They do not want to make it easy for these teams to score. But 5,000 Hammerheads and TJ Squared both looking for ways to get around the defense as 63-33. Scavenger Robotics is removing the algae from the reef, making it easier for their alliance partners to score. An interesting strategy on their alliance's part, but seems to be working out for them as they have a slight advantage with 45 seconds left. RoboCats, though, looking to reduce that advantage, looking to make up some ground for Red Alliance with 1 coral up high, trying to grab another off the floor. Their intake able to grab from both the player station and the ground. Very impressive stuff there. Control Freaks look to have lost contact from their robot. They might be down for now, but their alliance partners are helping them out over on red. Apple Pie now lining up with the barge. We'll see if they're able to climb onto their cage. All 3 Blue Alliance robots still scoring. 1 after 1, this Blue Alliance reef is very full of coral. Only 8 seconds left. Can TJ Squared match Apple Pie for blue with 3, 2, 1. And at the last second, 88 is up, it looks like. That's your last match before lunch, but we will get you the scores, and then we will all go grab some food. We've got your scores from that matchup. The Blue Alliance taking that match. 118-92, both very high scores, but ultimately 5 ranking points for your Blue Alliance, and that keeps Team 88 TJ Squared in first ranking position. That will be all for now. We're going to come back on time for qual number 16 at 2 p.m. So go get your lunch, go eat, take a break, and then we'll be back here for more robot action at 2 p.m.
All right, everybody, we're going to get back in this round. 1740.
Cyber Kernels.
With them is 97.
Bionic Beef.
1757.
The Wolverines.
Down on the blue side, 663.
They're the Power Sharks.
5494.
Bizarre Bots Robotics.
And 558.
Elm City Robo Squad.
All signs are up. Green on the belt. 3, 2, 1, dive.
All of us in the stands had lunch, but these robots are hungry for action. 1740 up high and good for your Red Alliance. Power Sharks matching them over on blue. Can 1740 put up a second coral? It is good. 2 up for them in autonomous. That sound means our drivers are taking control. 1757 is up high. Let's see if they can get that coral up and good for red. Meanwhile, over on blue, robots up 663, able to get one up for your blue alliance. Their alliance partner is 558, also looking to line up. We'll see where they go to place it, still deciding. Red Alliance, though, making quick work. Both the Wolverines and 1740 going back to their stations, each with a piece of coral now. Wolverines just off the mark, but Cyber Kernels placing and good, using their googly eyes to line it up. A minute 30 left gives a 10-point advantage to your Red Alliance. Wolverines capitalizing on it, going ahead further with another score up high. 97, Bionic Beef trying to play some defense against the Blue Alliance robots, but the Blue Alliance robots are able to get around it. Power Sharks now looking to line up. It's good for 5 more points on blue. Both alliances taking a heavy approach to looking at the highest level of your reef. A slight tilt from Wolverines. Can they make that coral up? Looks like they got caught on another piece. They're going to have to go back and grab it again. 54-94 looks to be a little stuck, but they've made it to their barge zone. They're good. They're happy where they're at. Their alliance partner is 558. That's Elm City Robo Squad looking to line up now. Might be stopped up a little bit as well. But Power Sharks able to go up high again for blue. 1740 now moving a piece of algae out of the way. Might be looking to score on some of the other levels as the Wolverines are filling up that top level of the reef for red. Only 13 seconds left in this match. Will any of these robots get up to climb? Looks like we have 2 different robots trying to get up with 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. No robots quite climbing in that matchup, but we'll get you those scores shortly. We've got your scores from that matchup. The victory goes to your Red Alliance. 74-55. Red Alliance getting 4 ranking points in that match, bringing teams up into 14th ranking position. That is 1740.
Welcome back, everybody. Haley, let's get to know these teams. 181.
Birds of Prey.
With them, 1735.
Green Reapers.
With them, another Worcester team, 190.
Gompy and the Herd from Worcester, Massachusetts.
Making my way through the traffic, 1768.
Nashoba Robotics.
In the middle, we got 10254.
Hanging out with their robot Lulu, we got Regal Seagulls.
And with them, 6620.
Voltage Vikings.
All right, drivers ready. 3, 2, 1, go.
Coming into the autonomous period here for qualification, match number 17, we see 190 Gompy and the Herd and 1768 coming to life. We see both teams going over to their coral receivers and seeing if they can receive some coral to bring over to their reefs. Looks like we see team 190 Gompy and the Herd having an algae pre-removed by the time that the autonomous bell ends. Now coming into the tele-operated period, all teams are coming to life. 10-2-58 bringing over a piece of coral to their reef zone. Meanwhile, back over on the Red Alliance, team 17-35 Green Reapers trying to see if they can bring an algae over to the net, and instead they leave it in the Blue Alliance barge as a little present for them. Meanwhile, we see over on the Red Alliance, on the Blue Alliance side, team 181 hanging out by the Blue Alliance receiver for coral. $17.68 having a piece of coral in their possession, bringing it over to the reef. 181 hanging out with their friend, team 1768. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, team 10-2-55-4, Regal Seagulls, trying to see if they can bring some more coral over to the reef zone. Meanwhile, back over on the Red Alliance, team 1735 having an algae in their possession, trying to see if they can put it up onto the net, and it looks like it bounces backwards. 190 Gompy and the Herd bringing over some more coral onto the reef zone. 1735 having another piece of algae, trying to see if they can redeem themselves, placing that algae up onto the net. We'll come right back to that. While back over on the Blue Line side, we see team 1768 grabbing some coral from their coral processor and trying to see where they're going to bring it to over on the reef zone. Meanwhile, back over on the Red Alliance, team 1735 successfully making that algae over onto the net zone. 40 seconds remain. 190 Gompy and the Herd having a coral in their possession, trying to see if they're going to bring it up. They bring it up onto the high zone of the reef zone. Seeing two algae over on the Red Alliance side in the net. We could see three. We see three from the Red Alliance here. A fourth one coming up from the processor on the Red Alliance side. That sound does mean there's 20 seconds left. We see two robots from the Blue Alliance side and from the Red Alliance side hanging out under the barge. Could we see any potential climbs here? We see team 1768, the Showboat Robotics, climbing up onto the cage. 10-2-54 also climbing up onto the cage. As time expires, we'll have an official score for you here in just a moment. We got the results in from qualification match number 17. It looks like it's going to be going to the Red Alliance here, with the score of 118-100, a very close match here for qualification match number 17, and the Red Alliance walking away with 3 ranking points for qualification match number 17.
If I could get everybody's attention really quick, we are looking for Jason Belding. If you could come down to the score table and see Scott Heaton, please come by. Jason Belding. We have your credit card. Let's get to know these teams. 5962.
From Lowell, Massachusetts, it's Persevere.
With them is 1153.
From Walpole, Massachusetts, we got Timberwolves.
And last but not least, 9443.
Aluminum Panthers.
Down on the blue side, we have 348.
Norwell Robotics.
With them is 1474.
Hanging out with Rover Jr., we got Titans.
And last but not least, 1119.
Also from Walpole, Massachusetts, we got Pup Cups.
All right, ladies teams, let's go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Coming into qualification, match number 18. 1153 having a piece of coral in their possession, trying to see if they can place it up over on the reef zone. And it looks like they're potentially going for two with an algae. Now coming into the teleoperated period. $11.53, trying to see if they can grab a piece of algae off of the reef zone, and that looks pretty promising. Meanwhile, over on the blue lines, we have team 1119, Pup Cups, trying to see if they can grab some coral over from their receiver, or from their processor, and bring it onto the second level, and that looks pretty good. Meanwhile, over on the red alliance, team 9443, Aluminum Panthers, having a piece of coral in their possession, trying to see if they can place it up on the top level. That looks promising. Meanwhile, over on the red alliance, we have team 1119, hanging out right by the processor, trying to see if they can deliver some algae to the processor. We see some algae being donated to the net. Meanwhile, over on the red alliance side, team 5962 bringing over some coral to the reef zone, working with our alliance partners, team 1153 and 9443, trying to see if they can bring over some more coral to the reef zone. We are seeing two algae, both from red alliance and blue alliance side. 348 hanging out right by heading over into the Red Alliance side, trying to see if they can potentially cause some mischief. 1447 hanging out under the barge with 50 seconds remaining. Anything can still happen. 1119 cups from Whale Pole, having a coral in their possession, trying to see if they can bring it up onto the third level. That looks promising. We'll come back over to the Red Alliance side. Team 5962 trying to see if they can grab a coral from their processor. Meanwhile, 1153 having a coral in their possession, placing it up onto the reef zone. Meanwhile, 1153 trying to see if they can get an algae over onto the net, bring it over to the Blue Alliance side. 5962 having a coral in their possession, trying to see if they can place it onto the reef zone, but we'll come back to that. We see all of Blue Alliance hanging out under the barge. 1153 heading up for the ascent on the cage. 1119 joining them on that ascent potentially. We'll see as time expires. We'll have an official score for you here in just a moment. Looks like the results are in from qualification match number 18. It looks like it'll be going to the Red Alliance here with the score of 128 to 68. Having the Red Alliance walk away with 4 ranking points.
Let's get to know match 19, 151.
Riding out with the Sunset Voyager, it's Tough Tex.
And their partners, 811.
Cardinals.
Last with them, 3464.
Sim City.
Down here on the blue side, we have 1350.
Hanging out with Rambot, we got the Rambots.
And with them, we have 2874.
Devilbots.
Last with them is 5,000.
From Hingham, Massachusetts, it's Hammerheads.
Two thumbs and a green light. 3, 2, 1, go!
Coming into the autonomous period here, we see all 5 robots coming into action here. Blue Alliance 2876 and 5000 both having coral in their possession from the start and placing it up into the reef zone. Meanwhile, over on the Red Alliance, Team 151 and 811 both having coral in their possession and placing them off right by the reef zone. 3464 having a piece of coral in their possession, trying to see where they're going to place it. 811 also having a coral in their possession, placing it up onto the high level. 151 joining them and placing a coral on the high level here. Meanwhile, over on the Blue Alliance, Team 2876 hanging out right by the barge, coming to say hello to the Red Alliance here. 3464 having a piece of coral in their possession, trying to see if they're going to place it over on the lower level or if it's going to go onto the high level. Looks like it's going in the lower level. 151 also having a piece of coral in their possession, placing it up onto the high level. 5000 hanging out right by their coral processor, grabbing another piece of coral to bring up to the high zone. Meanwhile, 2876 Devil's Bots playing a little bit of tango here with 3464, trying to see if they can block them from getting that coral in. 811 having a piece of coral in their possession, hanging out by the reef zone. We'll come back right back to them. 5000 bringing another piece of coral over onto the reef zone in the Blue Alliance side. 2876 saying hello to the Red Alliance drivers and human players. Meanwhile, 5000 bringing over some coral onto the reef zone. Back over on the Red Alliance side, Team 3464 having a piece of coral in their possession, placing it up onto the high level here. 151 also having a piece of coral in their possession, trying to see where they want to put it, placing it onto level 3. 5000 over on Blue Alliance side, bringing some more coral over onto their reef zone. 2876 coming back to join their alliance partner Team 5000 here. Meanwhile, all of Red Alliance having some coral, trying to see where they're going to place them onto the reef zone. That sound does mean there's 30 seconds left official gameplay here. 2876 Devilbots hanging out right by the barge, trying to see potentially if they can go onto the cage. 5000 bringing over some coral, placing it up onto the lower level. 8-11 and 151 having Coral in their possession, trying to see if they can place them up onto the reef zone. It looks like one goes into the reef zone, one goes into the bottom. As time expires, we'll have an official score for you here in just a moment. We got the results in. And it looks like that match is going to be going to the Blue Alliance with the score of 96 to 82 for qualification match number 19. Blue Alliance walking away with 4 ranking points here for qualification match number 19.
All right, match 20. We have 558.
Elm City Robo Squad.
And with them, 2064.
With Leviathan, we got the Panther Project.
And we got Hometown Advantage, 78.
Airstrike.
Down on the blue side, we have 2067.
Having a fantabulous apple pie day, it is apple pie.
And with them, the biggest chant we've heard, 88.
TJ squared.
With them, 4176.
Iron Tigers.
We got a green lit. 3, 2, 1, go.
Coming into the autonomous period here, all robots are showing signs of life. Seeing a lot of coral being placed onto the lower level here. 88 over on the blue lines, placing a coral onto the high level. 78 matching them and placing another coral onto the high level here. Now going into the teleop. 78 bringing another coral up to the top. 558 trying to see if they can also bring a coral up to the top. Meanwhile, 2068 over on the Blue Alliance side, clearing out the algae from the reef zone. 4176 stuck between some algae over by the driver stations. Over on the Red Alliance side, Team 2064 having some coral in their possession, trying to see if they're going to bring it over into the net zone. Bringing it over successfully. 78 bringing over another piece of coral successfully and removing some algae, delivering it to the processor. 558 hanging out right by their net zone. Meanwhile, over on the Blue Alliance side, we see Team 2067 trying to bring up another piece of coral, and it looks like it ends up knocking off of the reef zone. 88 bringing over another piece of coral and bringing it up over onto the reef zone. Meanwhile, back over on the Red Alliance side, Team 558 having a piece of coral and a piece of algae stuck in the robot here. 78 and 2064 both having a piece of coral in their possession, trying to see where they're going to place it up on the reef zone, and it looks like they're going for that mid-level here. 4176 hanging out right by the barge. 2067 placing a piece of coral on the lowest level of the reef zone. Meanwhile, 78 over on the Red Alliance side, bringing over some more coral onto the reef zone with 2064. 558 also crossing over the barge, keeping an eye on their friends in the Blue Alliance. 4176 grabbing onto the cage with 40 seconds remaining. 88 hanging out right by the reef zone. 2067 hanging out by the coral processor, trying to see if they can grab some coral. 88 having a piece of coral in their possession, placing it up, trying to see where that landed. We'll come back to that. 78 airstrike having a piece of coral in their possession, placing it up over onto the high level here of the reef zone. 2067 up on the cage. 2064 up on the cage. Could we see more robots joining these other ones on the cage? Let's find out. We see 1, we see 2. Could we see 3, 4, and 5? As time expires, we'll have an official score for you here in just a moment. And the results are in. Looks like it'll be going to the Red Alliance here, with the score of 134 to 53, with the Red Alliance getting 6 ranking points, the highest amount of ranking points we have seen so far at this event today, moving 2064 into the 3rd ranking position.
Let's meet our teams for qualification match number 21. On the Red Alliance, it's Team 1699.
Robocats from Bacon Academy.
They're joined by Team 3719.
Stem Whalers.
And Team 1768.
Neshoba Robotics.
Their opponents on the Blue Alliance, we've got Team 8085.
From Milford, Connecticut, it's Mojo.
And Team 97.
Bionic Beef.
And rounding out your Blue Alliance, it's Team 181.
From Hartford, Connecticut, we got Birds of Prey.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Coming into the autonomous period here for qualification match number 21, 1699 coming swinging out the gate, removing some algae from the reef zone. 8085 also removing some algae and placing that algae up on the net for safekeeping. 1768 bringing over some coral into the reef zone. Now going into the teleoperated period. 1768 bringing over some coral to the reef zone on the high level. Meanwhile, over on the Red Alliance side, team number 97 hanging out right by the barge. Meanwhile, their Alliance runner team 181 bringing over a piece of algae into the processor. Over on the Red Alliance side, team 1768 having a piece of coral in their possession, placing it up onto the level 3. Meanwhile, over their Alliance runner team 3719 hanging out right by the Blue Alliance coral processor. 1768 bringing over some more coral with 1699. 8085 bringing some coral over onto the second level here of the reef zone. 181 trying to see if they can carefully remove some algae. 3719 hanging out with their best friends over from the Blue Alliance. 1768 grabbing some more coral from the coral processor with their Alliance runner team 1699. 181 Birds of Prey removing more and more algae. Meanwhile, over on the Blue Alliance team 8085 Mojo trying to see if they can grab some more coral to bring over to the reef zone. 1768 Neshoba Robotics having some coral in their possession, bringing it over into the reef zone as well. 45 seconds are remaining. 3719 hanging out still with the Blue Alliance, keeping 181 company. 1699 having a reef in their possession, having a coral in their possession, bringing it over to the reef zone. 181 hanging out by the Red Alliance coral processor now. 3719 hanging out under the barge. 19 seconds remaining. 8085 hanging out by the barge. 1768 hanging out by the barge. 97 hanging out right by the reef zone. 1699 trying to see if they can get some more Some more coral into the reef zone. 3, 2, 1. As time expires, we'll have an official score for you here in just a moment. Results are in from qualification match number 21. Looks like it'll be going to the Red Alliance here with the score of 125-83. With the Red Alliance walking away with 6 ranking points, putting 1768 into first ranking position.
Let's meet our teams for our next qualification match. On the Red Alliance, it's Team 9443.
The Aluminum Panthers.
And Team 1119.
That's the Pup Cups.
Rounding out your Red Alliance, it's Team 1735.
Green Reapers.
And for their opponents, on the Blue Alliance, it's Team 5112.
That's the Gongoliers.
They're joined by Team 1740.
Cyber Colonels.
And rounding out your Blue Alliance, it's Team 663.
Make some noise for the Power Sharks.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match number 22, and these robots are out in action. 1740 Cyber Colonels and their alliance partners, the Power Sharks, both getting Coral up on level 4. Can Cyber Colonels get a second? Yes, they can. We have happy sharks, power sharks that are also happy. Red Alliance now springing into action. 1735 Green Reapers able to move an algae out of the way before going to place the coral. Their alliance partners 9443. Aluminum Panthers also getting a coral up high, and Pup Cups looking to get one in level 1. It is good. But the Blue Alliance with a strong lead, and 1740 not looking to stop now, grabbing another coral from their coral station. Power Sharks and the Cyber Colonels quickly filling up level 4 for your Blue Alliance. Red Alliance, though, putting up a good fight as Aluminum Panthers go up high for another level 4 score. That'll be 5 more points for your Red Alliance. And Pup Cups also matching them at level 3. We see some algae being scored in the processor and then thrown up into the net by the human players. Some strategy there. Maybe these teams looking to cooperate and get those cooperation bonuses. With a minute left, only a 9-point difference between these two alliances, so a close one here. Power Sharks trying to extend their lead as they get another coral on the reef. 5-1-1 the Gondoliers for your Blue Alliance, now trying to grab an algae, it seems. We'll see if they're able to get that one out of their reef, and we'll see where they go score it. Lots of coral on your Red Alliance reef, and lots of different levels. So we see the Blue Alliance has mostly focused on scoring at the highest level, whereas the Red Alliance has looked at scoring across all of the different levels, potentially trying to get the ranking points for that. Blue Alliance still with the lead at this point. 15 seconds left, but these climbs can make a difference as Aluminum Panthers is up in the air and good for Red. Can Pup Cups do it too? 1740 looking to climb for Blue with 4, 3, 2, and 1. We've got 3 robots up, 2 on Red and 1 on Blue. That'll be a close matchup. We'll be back to you with those scores. We've got your scores for qualification number 22. This one goes to, it's a tie. We haven't seen that graphic in a minute. That's our first tie of the day, folks. Interesting to see how the different strategies played out. Blue Alliance getting a lot of their points from the coral, whereas Red Alliance able to come back towards the end with those barge points. Both teams getting 2 ranking points from that matchup.
Let's meet our teams for match 23. Starting on the Red Alliance, it's team 63-33.
That's Scavenger Robotics.
They're joined by team 246.
From Boston, it's the Lobsterbots.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, it's team 2876.
Devilbots.
And for their opponents on the Blue Alliance, we've got team 10-54.
With their robot Lulu, it's the Regal Seagulls.
And team 5962.
Persevere.
And rounding out your Blue Alliance, it's team 1757.
They're the Wolverines out of Westwood, Mass.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
All 6 robots moving here in qualification match number 23. 1, 2. Let's see if there can be 3 coral up high for red. Looks like we're stopping with 2 for now. But Devilbots might be able to add a 3rd. They're going to stop right there at the end of Autonomous. But they've got another coral ready to go right as they begin. On your Blue Alliance side, 1757, that's the Wolverines. Able to score up high on level 4 for 5 more points for Blue. Lobsterbots matching them, swerving back over to their coral station to grab another game piece. All these robots on both sides of the field scoring right now. 10-254 with an algae in their bot, going to the processor to drop it off. Meanwhile, for your Red Alliance, Scavenger Robotics removing the algae from the reef. We've seen this strategy being used a few times here this weekend. Removing the algae, making it easier to score the coral for their alliance partners. Lobsterbots doing just that, teetering a little bit as they line up high. Let's see if they're able to score. Their alliance partners matching them. Let's see if they drop 1. And we'll maybe get a 2nd coral shortly. On your Blue Alliance, Persevere trying to grab a coral. Wolverines doing the same as the Regal Seagulls continue grabbing the algae. So a couple different game elements being used by that alliance. Persevere successfully getting a coral on level 2 of the reef. With 50 seconds left, still a close matchup here, 13-point difference. Red Alliance trying to hold on to their lead as they have now filled up the highest level of the reef and are working on level 3. On your Blue Alliance side, 59-62 with another level 2 score. It is good. No defense played yet. 10-254 on the Red Alliance side, but looks to be lining up with their blue cage. As we have 14 seconds left and teams are looking to climb. We'll see if any of these teams can do so. 4 robots look to be trying. 2 robots, 1 for each team, still scoring on the reef. That's the Lobsterbots at the end of the match. We've got your scores. Qualification number 23 is going to your Red Alliance. 118 points for that win and 4 ranking points. That brings Scavenger Robotics up into 6th ranking position. Those rankings will matter as we head towards Alliance selections and our playoffs tomorrow.
Let's meet our teams for our next qualification match. On the Red Alliance, it's Team 5735.
Out of Wayland High School, it's the Control Freaks.
They're joined by Team 1474.
That's the Titans.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, it's Team 811.
From Nashville, New Hampshire, make some noise for the Cardinals.
And their opponents on the Blue Alliance, we've got Team 6620.
That's the Voltage Vikings.
And Team 348.
With their robot resilience, it's Norwell Robotics.
Rounding things off on blue, it's Team 151.
They're the Tough Techs.
We are ready to set sail. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Qualification match number 24. Your Blue Alliance robots quick to look at level 1. 151 successfully getting their coral scored. 811 look to have their coral right in front of the reef. They're going to score that as their drivers take control. 811 Cardinals going up high to score that coral. We'll see if they're able to successfully place it. It's good. Only a 1-point difference between these alliances coming out of the autonomous period. Titans 1474 over on your Blue Alliance side, playing some defense against the Blue Alliance robots. But the Blue Alliance currently going around 6620. Voltage Vikings finding their spot where they want to aim for on the reef to place their coral. 151 going up high. Their alliance partner is trying to score. Meanwhile, on the Red Alliance side, Control Freaks and 811 making quick work of their reef. 811 successfully scores, going back to their station to score again. Meanwhile, Control Freaks able to move the algae out of the way before scoring. Lining up 811 just off the mark. They're going to have to go back. 151 looking to capitalize on this opportunity, potentially take a lead for your Blue Alliance, scoring up high. Let's see if they're able to drop that coral. It is just off the mark. They're going to have to go grab another. 2 Red Alliance robots looking to score. 1 is good. We'll see if the other can be good as well. 348 Norwell Robotics has now come to the Red Alliance side. Both alliances opting to have a defensive robot now, trying to avoid letting these teams score points, pushing and shoving in the middle of the field. Live score with 30 seconds left gives the advantage to the Red Alliance, but Blue Alliance not stopping now. 151 going up high. Let's see if they can place that coral. It is good for 5 more points. 811 trying to match them though. Their coral a little off the mark. It falls down into level 1 from level 4. Only 10 seconds left. Are any of these teams going to climb at the end? 6620 looking to get in line. We'll see if they can do it with 2, 1. Some last minute parks from these teams. We'll see how that affects our scores. We've got your scores from that match. Let's see who's gonna take it. Redfish are swimming, and it's a Red Alliance win, 72-44. Red Alliance getting 3 ranking points each for that match, with 50 cargo scored. 50 points of cargo, technically. Coral. This isn't, what was cargo? Wait, what am I saying?
It's time to meet our teams for qualification match number 25. On the Red Alliance, it's Team 2079.
4H Alarm Robotics.
They're joined by Team 1153.
It's the Timberwolves.
And Team 88.
That's TJ Squared from Bridgewater, Mass.
Their opponents on the Blue Alliance, it's Team 190.
Gompy and the Herd.
They're joined by Team 5494.
Bizarre Bots Robotics.
And Team 1699.
From Bacon Academy, it's the RoboCats.
Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
All 6 robots quickly making their way to their reefs. One up high for blue. Let's see if there's another one. Red Alliance able to get 2 coral up and good on your level 4. It looks like 4 coral total for your Red Alliance in autonomous on various levels. That does give them the advantage going into driver control period. And 11:53 Timberwolves quickly throw in another algae up high to score. Blue Alliance, though, ready to fight back. Gompy and the Herd moving the algae out of the way so they can score. Their alliance partners, 5494, doing the same. Bizarre Bots Robotics placing an algae up into the processor, it looks like. We'll see if they're able to successfully get that in. But this Red Alliance is quickly scoring back and forth. Timberwolves able to grab a coral, then grab the algae, then place the coral, then place the algae. Their dual intake style, very efficient in cycle times, going back and forth there. 88 TJ Squared also getting 1, now 2 coral for your Red Alliance. A minute 15 left, and Red has taken a strong lead, but Blue is looking to fight back. 1699, RoboCats with a coral up high. It is on and good. 190 matching them. Almost the entire level 4 done for your Blue Alliance. Red Alliance, however, looking to balance more where they're placing their coral on various levels, potentially trying to get those ranking points. Red Alliance into the triple digits now with points. Timberwolves not stopping. They're going for another on level 3. It is good. Both of these alliances have some algae up, but are focused now more on the coral. 2079 getting a little stuck up on some algae. We're going to see if they can get some help from their alliance partners, the Timberwolves. They do so. Some good sportsmanship and teamwork there. Both of these alliances over triple digits in points, one of our highest scoring matches. Only 10 seconds left. Let's see how much more they can get as they climb. 190 is up. Can any of these other teams get up with 3, 2, 1? A potential last-minute climb from TJ Squared. We'll have to see what that looks like when we get you your scores. We've got your scores from that very high scoring match. Let's see which of these alliances were able to take it in the end. Red Alliance with the victory, 144 to 136. I think that's one of the highest combined scores we've seen all day, and 6 ranking points for your Red Alliance. Bumps 1153 into first ranking position, and TJ Squared goes to third.
And let's meet our teams for qualification match 26. On the Red Alliance, it's team 2067.
From 4-H, it's Apple Pie.
And team 1119.
Say hi to your dog for me for a Pup Cup.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, it's team 5000.
Hammerheads.
And now making our way over to the blue side of the field, we've got team 2064.
The Panther Project.
They're joined by team 663.
Power Sharks.
And team 97.
With the Big Bassy, it's Bionic Beef.
Between apple pie and the ice cream from Pup Cups, we've got a delicious dessert going on over on the Red Alliance. We're ready to roll. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Now going into the autonomous period here for qualification match number 26. 2067 Apple Pie coming stringing out of the gate here, having a coral in their possession, trying to see if they can bring it over to the reef zone. Meanwhile, back over on the blue line, team 2067 also trying to see if they can get some coral into the reef zone. Now in the teleoperated period, 119 and 5000 having a little bit of a collision here. 663 placing a piece of coral onto the top rack of the reef. 2064, the Panther Project having a piece of coral and also taking down some algae. 2067 heading over to their processor to go and get some more coral. 5,000 hammerheads also having a piece of coral in their possession, trying to see where they're going to put it on the reef. 2064 having a piece of coral in their possession as well, seeing where they're going to put it on the reef, and it looks like it's going on to level 3. Meanwhile, back over on the Blue Alliance side, you see Team 2067, Apple Pie, hanging out with their friends from the Blue Alliance. Meanwhile, back over on the Red Alliance, you do see Team 1119 and 5000 both heading to their processors to try and see if they can grab some coral. We'll come back to them in a little bit. Heading back over to the Blue Alliance side, 2067, who's hanging out over there on behalf of the Red Alliance. Just hanging out, playing some bumper cars with the Blue Alliance. 663 having a coral in their possession, trying to see where they're going to place it up on the reef. It looks like 2067 and 2064 are currently battling it out over by the core processor. 1119 having a piece of coral in their possession. 40 seconds remaining. 5,000 hammerheads also having a piece of coral in their possession, trying to place it up onto the lower level. Falls just shy of the reef zone. 663 also having a piece of coral in their possession, trying to see if they're going to place it up over onto the high level of the reef zone, and it looks promising. 2067 coming swinging out of the gate, back from the Blue Alliance side. That sound does mean there's 20 seconds left of official gameplay. 2064, Panther Project, hanging out right by the barge, trying to see if they can get onto the cage, and that looks pretty good. Meanwhile, Red Alliance, 1119 and 2067 both hanging out. 663 hanging out under the barge with 97. As time expires, we'll have an official score for you here in just a moment. And it looks like the results are in for qualification match number 26. Looks like it's going to the Blue Alliance here with the score of 103 to 53. With the Blue Alliance walking out of the ring with 4 ranking points for qualification match number 26.
let's meet our teams for our next match. On the Red Alliance, it's Team 5962.
Hanging out with Trident, it's Severe.
They're joined by Team 2867.
Devilbots.
And rounding out the red side of the field, it's Team 4176.
Iron Tigers.
Their opponents on the blue lines, we've got Team 1350.
Rambots from LaSalle Academy in Providence.
And Team 181.
Hanging out with Craig, it's Birds of Prey.
Rounding out your blue lines, it's Team 246.
Lobsterbots.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Now we're going into the autonomous period here. 2876 coming out the bat, swinging. Trying to see if they can place a coil up onto the reef zone. Heading back over to their processor. Meanwhile, their alliance partner team 1592 trying to also see if they can place a coil on the reef zone. And it looks like it just falls shy of the reef zone. Now we're in the teleoperated period. 13181. 181. Trying to see if they can remove the algae from their reef zone. We'll come back to them. 5962. Removing the algae from their reef zone. 181 successfully removing their algae. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, Team 286 Lobsterbots. 246 Lobsterbots trying to see if they can place a coral onto the high level of their reef. And that looks promising. 4176 trying to see if they can also place a coral onto their high reef level of the reef zone. Meanwhile, Team 1350 hanging out with their friends over on the Red Alliance side. 2876 Devilbots trying to see if they can place a coral onto their reef zone. 4176 Iron Tigers also trying to see if they can place a coral onto their reef zone. 1350 and 5962 playing a little bit of bumper cars over on the Red Alliance side. Meanwhile, back over to the Blue Alliance, 181 hanging out right over by their processor. Lobsterbots 246 placing another coral onto their reef zone. 286 hanging out outside of the reef zone, trying to see if they can place a coral up onto their reef. 4176 hanging out right by their coral processor. 2876 removing a piece of algae in the process. 30 seconds remaining. 1350 hanging out by the barge with 181. 5962 trying to see if they can get a piece of coral from the reef processor. Trying to see if they can place it onto the reef zone. 20 seconds remaining. 4176 Iron Tigers and 2876 both hanging out by 246 hanging out right over by their reef zone. 5962 trying to see if they can grab another piece of coral with 2 seconds. One. As time expires, we'll have an official score for you here in just a moment. And it looks like the results are in. It's going to be going to the Blue Alliance here with the score of 59-60, the closest score that we have seen all day. And the Blue Alliance walking out with 3 ranking points from a 1-point differential.
We've got qualification match number 28 coming up next. Let's meet our teams. On the Red Alliance, it's Team 348.
Norwell Robotics from Norwell, Massachusetts.
And Team 1768.
The Shoba Robotics with Abyss.
And Team 5112.
The Gongoliers.
And for their opponents on blue, we've got Team 6333.
With their robot named Tucker, it's Scavenger Robotics.
And Team 1757.
Wolverines.
And rounding out your Blue Alliance, it's Team 811.
Cardinals with their robot Mechalodon.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Coming into the autonomous period here. 1768 trying to see if they can place a coral up onto the reef zone. It looks like it's just shy. Now in the teleoperated period. 5112 trying to see if they can place a piece of coral up onto the high level of the reef zone. Meanwhile, 348 hanging out right by the coral processor on the Red Alliance side to try and see if they can grab a piece of coral, place it up onto their reef zone some way, shape, or form. 6333 removing a piece of algae and removing another one. Meanwhile, their alliance partner team 1757 trying to see if they can place a piece of coral up onto the reef zone, but it looks like it's going to the lower level. Meanwhile, over on the Red Alliance team 1768 having a piece of coral and trying to see if they can place it up onto the reef zone, but it looks like it's going to the lowest level. 6333 working very hard to remove all of the algae from the Blue Alliance reef zone. 5112 also having a piece of coral in their possession, placing it up onto the high level. 6333 successfully removing all of the algae from the reef zone on the Blue Alliance side. 1768 having some possession, trying to see if they can place it up over onto the low level. And we'll come back to that. 1757 having a piece of coral in their possession, trying to see where they're going to end up putting it. Looks like they're aiming for that high level. With just over a minute remaining here, folks. 348 having a piece of coral in their possession, placing it up onto the second level of the reef zone. 811 placing a piece of coral onto level 3 of the reef zone. Working with their alliance partner team. 1757. 51-12, having a piece of coral in their possession, trying to see if they can place it up over onto the reef zone, but it looks like it falls just short. 348, trying to see if they can also take a piece of coral and place it up onto the reef zone in some way, shape, or form. To be determined where that goes. 25 seconds remaining. 1757 and 1768 hanging out under the barge. That sound does mean there's 20 seconds left. Official gameplay here. 1768 hanging on to the cage and hanging on above the barge. 1757 joining them and above the barge. 348 hanging out, parked under the barge. 811 trying to get under the barge. 511, 12 trying to make it there in time. As time expires, we'll have an official score for you here in just a moment. And the results are in. It looks like it will be going to the Red Alliance here with the score of 92-87. Red Alliance walking out with 4 ranking points for qualification match number 28.
It's time to meet our teams for our next match. On the Red Alliance, it's Team 3464.
From Simsbury, Connecticut, it's Sim City.
And Team 6620.
Voltage Vikings.
Rounding out your Red Alliance, it's Team 1474.
Titans.
And for their opponents, on the blue side of the field, it's Team 5735.
Control Freaks.
And Team 1153.
Timberwolves from Walpole, Massachusetts.
Also joining them on blue, it's Team 1740.
Cyber Colonels.
Drivers, stay where you are. And we'll get this match started very soon. Now we're good to go. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Now coming into qualification, match number 29, 66-20, bringing over a piece of coral to the reef zone, 1153, clearing out some algae over from the blue alliance side, 1740, bringing over some coral into the reef zone. Now in the teleoperated period, 1153, clearing out some more algae, 3464. Trying to see if they can place a piece of coral onto the reef zone, and that looks promising. 1153 trying to see if they can get a piece of algae over onto the net, but it looks like it's going to end up on the Red Alliance side instead by the reef zone. 1474 darting it over to the Blue Alliance side to go hang out with their best friends. 1153 having a piece of coral in their possession and a piece of algae and bringing it over to the processor. 5735 pacing a piece of coral onto the reef zone. 6620 bringing also a piece of coral onto their reef zone. 6620 having a piece of coral in their possession, trying to see if they're going to bring it over onto their reef zone, and that looks promising. 1153 bringing a piece of algae over onto their net and getting it in successfully. 1474 and 1740 both hanging out by the coral processor. 1153 also hanging out by the Blue Alliance coral processor. 1740 with a piece of coal in their possession, trying to see if they can bring that piece of coral up onto the reef zone, and that looks promising. 6620 bringing over some more coral, placing it on their reef zones. 40 seconds remaining. 1474 still hanging out by the Blue Alliance coral processor. 1153 successfully grabbing some coral. 5735 hanging out right over by the Blue Alliance reef zone. 1740 and 1153 both hanging out by the barge. 20 seconds remaining. 5735 hanging out by the barge with 1153. 1474 also hanging out over by the Blue Line side. 6620 under the barge. 1153 hanging onto the cage. 2, 1. As time expires, we'll have an official score for you here in just a moment. Results are in. Looks like it'll be going to the Blue Alliance here with the score of 119 to 39 for qualification match number 29, with the Blue Alliance walking out of here with 5 ranking points.
All right, I've got high hopes for this next match. Let's meet these teams. On the Red Alliance, it's Team 5494.
With their robot named Bizarro, it's the Bizarre Bots Robotics.
They're joined by Team 9443.
Aluminum Panthers.
And Team 10254.
Regal Seagulls.
And for their opponents on the Blue Alliance, it's Team 1735.
From Worcester, Massachusetts, it's the Green Reapers.
And Team 3719.
STEM Whalers.
And rounding out your Blue Alliance, it's Team 8085.
Mojo.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Now coming into the autonomous period here, 54-94, having a piece of coral in their possession, trying to see if they can place it up on the reef zone, but it's just a little bit short. And it looks like all of the robots are content with where they are. Coming into the teleoperated period, 94-43 and 54-94, both working together, one to remove the coral and one to place coral up onto the reef zone. Meanwhile, 37-19 coming to hang out with the Red Alliance. Speaking of the Blue Alliance, let's go check in on them. 80-85 having a piece of coral in their possession, hanging out right by the reef zone. Meanwhile, 17-35 going around, removing some algae. 94-43 having a piece of coral, trying to see if they can place it up onto the reef zone, and that looks pretty promising. 54-94 lining themselves up right in front of the reef zone. 17-35. A piece of coral up and trying to place it on the reef zone, but it looks like it's just going to be short, but they remove a piece of algae in the process. 94-43 placing a piece of coral up onto the reef zone. Meanwhile, over on the Blue Alliance side, algae, over on the Red Alliance side, algae is coming to the Blue Alliance processor. We're seeing some algae over on the nets from both the human player and from team 1735. 10-2-54 feeding the processor more and more. 37-19 having a grand old time here with 54-94, who's just trying to get some coral from the processor. 94-43 trying to see if they can also grab some coal from the coral processor. 17-35 placing another piece of algae up onto the net. 40 seconds remaining. 80-85 heading over to their coral processor, trying to see if they can grab some more coral. 85 removing algae from the coral, from the reef. 10-2-54 having a piece of algae in their possession. Meanwhile, their alliance partner team 94-43 placing a piece of coral up onto the reef zone. That sound does mean there's 20 seconds left. 37-19 hanging out by the barge. 94-43, 54-94, 10-2-54. All hanging out right by the cage. Potentially we could see a massive climbing here. 80-85 hanging out right by the cage. 37-19 hanging out by the cage. As time expires, we'll have an official score for you here in just a moment. Results are in. Looks like it's going to be going to the Red Alliance here with the score of 105-66 for qualification match number 30. And the Red Alliance swimming away with 4 ranking points.
All right, match 31, here we go. 1-9-0.
That's Scompy and the Herd.
And their partners 2079.
They're 4H Alarm Robotics.
One more home team advantage, 78.
Flying onto the field is Airstrike.
Down on the blue side, we have 2076.
Their robot's name is purple. It's Devilbots.
And their partner is 558.
Elm City Robo Squad.
And last 151.
Tough Techs.
Thumbs up, drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
Robots quickly making their way to the reef. Two coral a little off the mark for red. They're going to come back, but one up high and good from the Devilbots for your Blue Alliance. Gompy able to make 1-2 coral now before the end of Autonomous. Those two coral giving a slight advantage to your Red Alliance coming out of Autonomous, but it is still a close match. 558 Elm City Robo Squad going up high for blue. It is good. Airstrike first to score Algae. They're able to grab it as they score their coral back and forth. Focus mainly on Algae for right now. 151, the Tough Techs with a coral in hand. We'll see where they go as these robots are quickly back and forth. Gompy 190 trying to go as fast as they can for your Red Alliance. Quickly filling their half of the reef. All three levels now going for the level 1. A little off the mark with that one, but quickly scoring nonetheless. 2079, 4H Alarm Robotics for red. They're on the opposite half of the field. They're playing some defense while all three Blue Alliance robots are looking to score. 558 now has an Algae in hand. Looks like they might be going to the processor to score it, but 2079 does not want to let them score. 151 though able to go up high for another 5 points for blue. This reef on the Red Alliance side is more full than not. Coral quickly being scored, almost 92 points with a minute left. Airstrike knocking a coral off of a level 2 spoke as they put one on the bottom. Red Alliance has made it into the triple digits now, scoring on all different levels. They have made their 4 for 4 on the reef ranking point, trying to get that one to help them in the rankings. But Blue Alliance still putting on a show. All 151 with a coral now. We'll see where they go. Only 15 seconds left. 78 looking to climb. 558 look to have been caught on an Algae. With 7 seconds left, we have 78 up. Is 190 going to join them? They do. Last Red Alliance robot looking to park a little short before the end of that match. We've got scores from that match. Let's see who's going to take it. Wall 31 goes to your Red Alliance. A new highest score of the day, 156 points, 6 ranking points. That brings 190 into 6th position overall. A very impressive 111 points from Coral scoring. Exciting stuff from that Red Alliance teams.
Let's get to know the teams in this match. 6-6-3.
They're swimming onto the field. It's the Power Sharks. Oh,
And with them, 88.
that's TJ squared.
With them is 181.
They're the Birds of Prey. No algae was harmed in the making of that introduction.
And down on the blue side, we have 1119.
They're the Pup Cups.
In the middle, we have 97.
It's Bionic Beef.
And lastly, 1768.
From Bolton, Massachusetts, that's Neshoba Robotics.
We've got a green light. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, dive.
An exciting matchup here in qualification 32. Our current second-ranked team against our current third-ranked team. Important for the standings. Currently 2 coral up for your Blue Alliance, 3 for red at the end of autonomous period. That gives a slight advantage to red coming out of autonomous, and the Red Alliance making quick work to extend their lead. Both TJ Squared and the Power Sharks scoring up high very quickly. Another up from TJ Squared. Over on blue, though, a strong showing as well. We've got 1768 Neshoba Robotics up and good for another coral. Their alliance partners, the Pup Cups, looking to do the same. Power Sharks, though, up again for your Red Alliance. Red Alliance almost has their entire level 4 filled of the Reef very quickly into this match. Blue Alliance taking a more balanced approach, if you will, doing different levels of the Reef, not so concerned about scoring all of their coral at the highest points. They might want to be getting the coral ranking point in addition to that. But scoring up high thus far has helped your Red Alliance, as they are 17 points ahead with a minute 10 left in this matchup. 181 looks to be stopped on the field, but that's okay. Their alliance partners, the Power Sharks, going in for another coral. It's good. 97 Bionic Beef coming across the field to the Red Alliance, trying to play some defense against TJ Squared, slow them down in this competition. Neshoba Robotics, very impressive for your Blue Alliance. They're going up high with more coral, scoring left, right, and center. Anywhere they can add points, they're doing so. Their alliance partners, the Pup Cups, doing the same. Back and forth, these teams are filling up the stations quickly. Still only 10 points between these alliances with 30 seconds left. It is anyone's game. Essentially playing a 2v3 is your Red Alliance, but they are not slowing down. The Power Sharks ready to line up yet again. Which level are they going to go for? A little off the mark with that one, as the robots are coming to their barge zones, trying to climb onto their cages. Who's going to be able to get up? Only 5 seconds left. 1768 is up. Can anyone join them? Pup Cups is up, and that'll be the end of the match. Maybe I'm wrong. TJ Squared looks like they got up right at the end. We've got your scores for qualification number 32. Another tie. 147 points for both of these alliances. Interesting to see the different distributions of the points. Red Alliance getting more coral, but Blue Alliance getting more algae and more barge points at the end. A very close matchup. Both of these alliances getting 2 ranking points in total for that tie.
Match 33, here we go, 66-20.
From North Smithfield High School, it's the Voltage Vikings.
There's something in the oven. It's 2067.
That's apple pie.
Put your claws together. 2, 4, 6.
Lobster bots.
Down on the blue side, we have 811.
They're the Cardinals.
And their partners 5112.
It's the Gongoliers.
And lastly, 5962.
Out of Lowell, Massachusetts, that's Persevere.
Oh, look at her.
We've got a green light at the table. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, dive.
Robots in action for qual number 33. A couple off the mark autonomous placements mean we don't quite have a score from my point of view at the end of this match, but lots of game pieces on the field for these teams to work with. Lobsterbots had an algae stuck in their frame, but they're able to quickly get it out. Their alliance partners, Apple Pie, going up for a score, 5 points of coral. Blue Alliance matching them on the opposite end of the field. That's the Gongoliers up for 5. Their alliance partners, Persevere, looking to add another coral on level 2. On and then off, it seems they went. Might have forgotten to let go. That's okay. They're going to try again. And it's good. 3 Red Alliance robots all looking to score, grabbing from their driver's stations now. Only a 1 point difference between these two alliances with 1:30 left. It is anyone's game. Blue Alliance now, 3 robots scoring. We got 1 good. Another good one just off the mark. Red Alliance looking to match that with another up high from Lobsterbots on level 4. Apple Pie a little bit off the mark. Their alliance partners, 246, coming back and good for another 5 points for Red. Red Alliance has now taken a slight lead. 59-62 for Blue, looking to lower the deficit here. Lining up with level 2. They're good for another 3 points for Blue. 5-1-1-2, the Gongoliers up for 5. Lots of scoring in this match. These teams don't want to go across the field. Everyone wants to score in the reef. All coral. But it seems to be working for both of these alliances as each have reached high scores. Only 8 point difference between the alliances. Anybody's game with 20 seconds left. First back to the barge zone is 2067 Apple Pie. They're going to look to line up and climb on their deep cage. Let's see if they can do it. They are up and good. 8 seconds left. Is anyone coming back to the barge, or is it all scoring? Red Alliance robots are now back. Blue still scoring at the end of that match. We've got your scores for qual number 33. This one goes to your Red Alliance. 93-70. Red Alliance earning 4 ranking points during that match. That brings 246 into 8th ranking position. For a summer, yeah.
Let's meet these teams. First we have 5735.
They're the Control Freaks.
And with them, 2064.
It's the Panther Project.
And next to them, 348.
Norwell Robotics.
Down here on the blue side, we have 1350.
The Rambos.
And their partners, 1740.
It's the Cyber Colonels.
Last but not least, 1735.
That's the Green Reapers.
What are we waiting? Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
We've got 3 different robots in your top 10 of rankings right now. A big matchup incoming. 1740 for your Blue Alliance with 1 coral up high. Second coral successfully scored before the end of autonomous period. As drivers take control, Red Alliance swerving through. That is 1735 going all the way across the field to grab a coral. 1350 has quickly come across to the Red Alliance side. They're looking to play some defense against all 3 of these Red Alliance robots as they score. A slight advantage to Red as of now with 150 left in the match. But Control Freaks able to put another coral up for your Red Alliance. Matching them was 2046. Meanwhile, over on blue, a slightly less busy side of the field with only 2 robots. 1740 trying to make quick work. That's your Cyber Colonels. They have another coral going up to level 4. Adjusting where they're going to place it, and it is good. Green Reapers now with an algae. Will they score our first algae up in the net of this match? It is up and in. Lots of action still on your Red Alliance side. These robots looking to score on level 3 and level 2 of the reef for the most part. 1350 trying to stop the robots from getting to the reef. A second algae up and good from your Green Reapers. With 45 left in the match, red has the advantage. But blue looking to make up some points. 1740. That's Cyber Colonels. They're trying to line up with their barge at this stage of the match. All 3 Red Alliance robots still taking aim with their reef. One slightly off the mark, but Control Freaks still have one in hand trying to climb. 20 seconds left in this match, and Red Alliance has a strong advantage. 2046 is up and climbing. They're good. 1740 is good. Who else will join them? Only 8 seconds left. Robots seem to be generally happy where they're placed. Can 1735 slight wobble at the end, and they're good. That'll be the end of that matchup. We've got your scores from qualification number 34. This matchup going to your Red Alliance. 127 to 47. 5 points, 5 ranking points going to your Red Alliance teams. That sends 2064 up into second ranking position.
right, let's meet our teams for this match. We have 3464.
It's Sim City.
And their partners, 4176.
From Oliver Ames High School, it's the Iron Tigers.
Rounding out their alliance, 5494.
That's Bizarre Bots Robotics.
And their partners on the blue side, 151.
With their Robot Sunset Voyager, it's the Tough Techs.
And their partners, 3719.
That's STEM Whalers.
Lastly, we have 190.
Give it up for Gompy and the Herd.
Teams behind the lines, 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification number 35 and first to action is 190 for your Blue Alliance. They have won now 2 Coral up on level 4. Can they get a third before the end of Autonomous? It is good. Your Blue Alliance with 4 Coral up before the end of Autonomous period. Red Alliance has 1 Coral on their reef and they're looking to grab more. 54-94 with a Coral from the station. We'll see where they go to place it. Their alliance partners, the Iron Tigers, also with 1 up high. But over on blue, the 190 machine is working fast. More than half of their level 4 of the reef is up and good. 151 looks to be a little stopped. They're trying to take their time, make sure they line up the Coral correctly. Don't want to drop it and have to recycle. It is good on level 4. STEM Whalers for your Blue Alliance, trying to play some defense against these Red Alliance teams. As the Iron Tigers go up high. A little off the mark with that shot. Let's see if their alliance partners can get it on. And it's up and good. That's from Bizarre Bots Robotics for your Red Alliance. 34-64, SimCity has gone across the field trying to play some defense against these Blue Alliance teams. But the Blue Alliance is putting up a strong fight. 190 with another level 3 Coral. Blue Alliance looks to be trying to get their reef ranking point, the Coral ranking point, by scoring 4 Coral on each of the 4 levels. They're about halfway there as of now, but 40 seconds left. They've got time to finish it up. $54.94 for your Red Alliance, lining up again, just off the mark with their piece of Coral. Their alliance partners, the Iron Tigers, trying to climb as we reach our last 20 seconds in the matchup. Blue Alliance has now broken 100 points, and 190 is not stopping now. Lining up again, we'll see where they go to score. Only 7 seconds left in this match. Are any robots going to get up in the air? Last second jumps up from these robots. Not sure that any of them quite made it up. We'll have to wait and see how that all plays out. We've got your scores from that matchup. Qualification number 35 is a Blue Alliance victory. 102-33. 5 ranking points for your Blue Alliance brings 190 into 3rd ranking position overall.
All right, let's meet the teams for this next match. Over on the red side, we have 2079.
Sound the alarm for 4-H Alarm Robotics.
And in the middle, we have 1757.
Wolverines.
And in this back, we have 885.
From Milford, Connecticut, it's Mojo.
Over on the blue side, we have 1474.
Hanging out with Rover Jr., it's Titans.
And their partners, 78.
Airstrike.
And rounding out their alliance, 9443.
With a robot named Calcium, it's Aluminum Panthers.
It's like coming apart. So, yeah. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Now coming into the autonomous period here. C5 robots coming to life. 8085 having a piece of coral in their possession, trying to put it on the reef zone, but instead just throw it back to the Red Alliance side. Now coming into the teleoperated period, 1757 having a piece of coral in their possession, trying to see if they can place it up into the reef zone. Meanwhile, 78 Airstrike removing a piece of coral, or a piece of algae from the reef zone. 9443 working with alongside Airstrike, trying to see if they can place a piece of coral up onto the reef zone, and it looks like it bounces right back off. 8085 removing that pesky algae from the reef zone here. 2079 trying to see if they can get a hold of the algae and bring it over to their processor. Meanwhile, 1474 just taking a little power nap. (9443) placing some more coral up onto the Blue Alliance reef zone. 1757 having a piece of coral on their robot, removing it, and now heading back into the coral processor. (78) trying to see if they can grab some more algae off of the reef zone. Meanwhile, now over on the Blue Alliance side, Team 2079 hanging out with their friends over on the Blue Alliance. 8085 having a piece of coral in their possession, trying to see where they can place it. And it looks like it's going on the low tier of the reef zone. 45 seconds remaining. 78 placing another piece of algae up onto the net. Meanwhile, 9443 and 2079 just having a little bit of a collision over by the Blue Alliance coral processor. 1757 placing more and more coral onto the reef. That sound does mean there's 20 seconds remaining. 8085 and 1757 hanging out by the barge. 78, trying to see if they can get some more algae up onto the net. 94-43, hanging out by the barge. 1 robot, 2 robots up onto the cage. 3 robots up as time expires. I'll have an official score for you here in just a moment. Results are in. It looks like it's going to be going to the Red Alliance here with the score of 93-73. With the Red Alliance swimming away with 4 ranking points for qualification match number 36.
All right, everybody, let's meet these teams. In the red, we have 1699.
From Bacon Academy, it's the RoboCats.
And their partners, 10-2-5-4.
Regal Seagulls.
Rounding out their alliance is 6-3-3-3.
With their robot named Tucker, it's the Scavenger Robotics.
Over on the blue side, we have Timberwolves. Their partners, 5-5-8.
from New Haven, Connecticut, it's Elm City Robo Squad.
And one more time, 5,000.
With their team motto of "We're gonna need a bigger bot," it's the Hammerheads.
We got a thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, dive.
Now going into qualification, match number 37, 1699, coming swinging out of the gate, removing some algae over from the reef zone. Meanwhile, team 558 having a piece of coral and trying to see if they can place it up over onto the reef. Now coming into the teleoperated period, 1699, getting a piece of coral over from the coral processor and trying to place it up over onto the reef zone, and that looks promising. Meanwhile, over on the blue lines, team 1153 playing basketball with the algae and trying to place it up over on the net. 1153 shoots and they score. Meanwhile, 5,000 Hammerheads grabbing some coal from the coral processor, trying to see where they're going to end up going with it. 1153 going through, clearing the algae. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, team 558, hanging out over by the coral processor, trying to see if they can grab some more coral as well. Over on the red alliance side, 6333 scavenger robotics, trying to see if they can grab a piece of coral. Meanwhile, their red alliance partner, team 10254, having a piece of algae and bringing it over to the blue alliance side. The blue alliance processor, 1699, having a piece of coral, whipping around the entire reef zone and placing it up onto the high level. Meanwhile, 1153 over on the blue alliance side, removing some algae. 5,000 Hammerheads also removing more algae, completely clearing the algae from the blue alliance reef zone. Meanwhile, over on the red alliance, 1699 trying to see if they can grab some coral and place it up over onto the reef zone. 35 seconds remain. (11:53) starting to make their way over to the barge. 6333 placing another piece of coral up onto the reef zone. 1699 placing another piece of coral on the reef zone. That sound does mean there's 20 seconds left. 10254 making their way over to the cage. 6333 also making their way over to the cage. 11:53 already hanging on the cage by the barge. 1699 is trying to see how many pieces of coral they can get before time expires, which is now. As time expires, we'll have an official score for you here in just a moment. Results are in. Looks like it's going to be going to the Red Alliance here with the score of 149 to 104. The Red Alliance swimming away with 5 ranking points for qualification match number 37.
All right, I got 6 teams waiting to be introduced. First off, we have 2067.
Apple Pie from Guilford, Connecticut.
And their partners, 5962.
Persevere.
And last but not least, 1350.
Turning abstract ideas into a tangible reality, it's the Rambots.
One more time, it's 1735.
Green Reapers.
And their partners, 5735.
From Wayland, Massachusetts, it's Control Freaks.
Last but not least, our gracious host, 5512.
The Gondoliers.
Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Coming into the autonomous period, 2067 having a piece of coral in their possession. 5962 also having a piece of coral in their possession. Trying to see if they can place it both on the reef zone. And it doesn't quite make it up there. Now going in the teleoperated period. 2067 trying to see if they can place a piece of coral onto the reef zone. Meanwhile, 1735 Grim Reapers removing pieces of algae from the Blue Alliance reef zone. Over on the Blue Alliance side, Team 1350 from the Red Alliance just hanging out with their best buds over on the Blue Alliance side. 5735 bouncing off a piece of algae and heading over to the Blue Alliance coral processor. Meanwhile, back over on the Red Alliance, Team 2067 Apple Pie trying to see if they can grab another piece of coral from their coral processor. 5962 having a piece of coral in their possession, trying to see if they can place it up over onto the reef, and it looks like it falls just shy out of the zone. 1735 the Grim Reapers having a piece of coral in their possession, knocking off a piece of algae in the process. 5112 having a piece of coral in their possession as well. Could we see them place this coral on the top level of the reef here? And that looks promising. 2067 Apple Pie having a piece of coral in their possession and just missing it. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance member team 1350 still hanging out on the Blue Alliance side. 5112, the Gongoliers having a piece of coral in their possession. 5735 grabbing a piece of coral from the Blue Alliance coral processor. 5962 over on Red Alliance side, also grabbing a piece of coral from the processor and placing it up over onto the middle level of the reef zone. With 25 seconds remaining, anything can still happen. 2067 Apple Pie trying to place a piece of coral up onto the reef zone, but it looks like instead they're just going to throw it on, and it will throw back at Apple Pie. 1350 still hanging out over by the Blue Alliance side. 2067 climbing the chain to be on the cage under the barge. As time expires, we'll have an official score for you here in just a moment. And the results are in. Looks like it will be going to the Blue Alliance with the score of 72 to 54, with the Blue Alliance swimming away with 3 ranking points for qualification match number 38.
Let's meet the teams for match 39. First up, 811.
The Cardinals from Nashua, New Hampshire.
In the middle, we have 190.
Gompy and the Herd.
Rounding out their alliance, we have 348. Down here on the blue side, we have 1119.
Pup Cups.
In the middle, we have 5494.
Hanging out with their robot Bizarro, it's Bizarre Bots Robotics.
And lastly, 2876.
Develobots from Burlington High School.
We got a green light over here. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
Coming into the tally-up, into the autonomous period, 190, Gumpy and the herd, trying to see if they can grab some coral to bring it over onto the reef zone. They got one. Meanwhile, over on the Blue Alliance side, Team 2876 bringing over some coral onto the high level. 1119 bringing coral onto the low level as well. 348 Norwell Robotics trying to see if they can bring a piece of coral onto a level, and it looks like they're going for the second level. Meanwhile, over on the Blue Alliance, Team 5494 having a piece of coral in their possession, trying to see if they can place it up over onto the reef zone, but we will find out. 348 Norwell Robotics heading straight under the barge to go visit their friends over on the Blue Alliance. Meanwhile, back over in Red Alliance territory, 190 Gumpy and the herd and 811 Cardinals both taking over the coral processors and trying to grab as much coral as they can to fill up their reefs. Meanwhile, over on the Blue Alliance, we see teams 2876 grabbing as much coral as they can, working with their alliance partner 1119 Pop Cups, trying to see if they can grab some coral, but it looks like 1119 is in a sticky situation with the algae. Meanwhile, their alliance partner team 5494 hanging out right by the reef zone. 2876 having a piece of coral in their possession. We will see where that's going to go. 190 Gumpy and the herd having a piece of coral in their possession, trying to place it up over on the low reef zone, and that looks successful. 50 seconds remaining. 811 Cardinals bringing over some coral onto the reef zone. 1119 Pop Cups hanging onto the algae over on the Blue Alliance side. 348 Norwell Robotics hanging out with their friends over on the Blue Alliance. 2876 having a piece of coral in their possession, trying to see if they can place it over on their reef zone. 190 Gumpy and the herd placing a piece of coral onto the high level. That sound does mean there's 20 seconds remaining. 348 making their way back over through the barge. 190 Gumpy heading onto the cage, seeing if they can climb on, and it looks like they're able to climb. 811 seeing if they can join Gumpy. 348 is parked at the barge. 2876 parked at the barge. 5494 parked at the barge. As time expires, we'll have an official score for you here in just a moment. And the results are in. Looks like it's going to be going to the Red Alliance with the score of 112 to 73 for qualification match number 39. And with the Red Alliance walking away with 6 ranking points for qualification match number 39, putting 190 Gumpy and the Herd into rankings position number 1.
All right, everybody, we have made it to match 40. First up, 9443.
With a robot named Calcium, it's the Aluminum Panthers.
And their partners, 1757.
From Westwood, Massachusetts, it's Wolverines.
And with them, we have 4176.
Iron Tigers.
Down on the blue side, we have 2064.
The Panther Project.
And with them, 3464.
From Simsbury, Connecticut, it's Sim City.
Lastly, 1768.
Neshoba Robotics.
We got a thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, dive.
Coming into the autonomous period 2064 Panther Project, placing some coral onto the lower level of the reef zone. Placing 3 coral on the reef zone. Now coming into the teleoperated period, 1759, placing a piece of coral up onto the high level, 9443, removing that algae, 1768. Neshoba Robotics also removing algae while bringing over some coral, 3464, content with where they are. 1757 having a piece of coral in their possession. 2046 bringing over some more coral onto the reef zone. 9443 bringing some coral over onto the reef zone as well. 1753 having some coral in their possession, trying to see if they can bring it up onto the high level of the reef zone. That looks promising. 9443 also having some coral in their possession, going for this level 3 coral. 2064 having coral in their possession as well, trying to see if they can place it up over on their reef zone with 1768 for the alliance partner on the blue alliance, placing some more and more coral up on that reef zone. Meanwhile, back over on the red alliance team, 4176 Iron Tigers having some coral in their possession, trying to see if they can place it up over onto their reef zone, and it looks like it's going in the lower level. 1757 placing some coral up on their lower level as well of their reef zone. 45 seconds remaining. 1768 trying to see if they can place up some more coral as well on their reef zone. 2064 also getting some coral from their coral processor. Meanwhile, 9443 trying to see if they can also grab some coral. 4176 Iron Tigers placing some coral up on the high level. That sound does mean there are 20 seconds left of official gameplay. 9443 climbing the cage, 2064 attempting to climb their cage, 1768 climbing the cage, 1757 climbing their cage, 41676 trying to see if they can grab and deliver that coral in 3, 2, 1. As time expires, we will have an official score for you here in just a moment. Results are in. Looks like it's going to be going to the Blue Alliance with the score of 129 to 124. Another close game today, and the Blue Alliance swimming out of here with 6 ranking points for qualification match number 40, putting 2064 in the first ranking position.
Keeping things moving right into match 41. Let's meet these teams. On the Red Alliance, it's team 1153.
They're the Timberwolves.
And team 1699.
Make some noise for the Robocats.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, it's team 97.
We have the Beef, it's Bionic Beef.
And their opponents on the Blue Alliance, we've got team 1740.
They're the Cyber Colonels.
And team 246.
It's the Lobster Bots.
And rounding out your Blue Alliance, it's team 2079.
That's 4-H Alarm Robotics out of Franklin, Massachusetts.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Qual number 41, and first up high is your Lobster Bots and 1740 over on blue. One of those two is good. 1153, the Timberwolves able to get one on level 2 during autonomous period. Blue Alliance with a slight advantage, but red very quick to make some more points up in the air. Timberwolves with a algae and a coral back-to-back to start off this match. 2079 has come across the field for your Blue Alliance. They're going to try to stop the Timberwolves from scoring. All three Red Alliance robots, though, looking to score. Robocat successfully doing so. Over on your Blue Alliance, though, the level 4 is quickly filling up. 246 looking to go up with another coral up high. Alliance partners, Cyber Colonels, also going up. It is good. A little off the mark. They'll come back. 1:30 left and only 1 point between these two alliances. Back and forth they are going. Lobsterbots up with another 5 points for blue, giving them a slight advantage. But on your Red Alliance, Robocat's able to match that score again, and we are back to a 1 point difference. Two Blue Alliance robots going up high. Can either of them score for more points? 2079 pushing and shoving the Timberwolves as they shoot up into the air and successfully score an algae. Seems that our Red Alliance has one robot doing each of different tasks. We have somebody shooting coral, somebody shooting algae, and then 97 Bionic Beef is over playing defense on the opposite side of the field. Meanwhile, Blue Alliance is mainly focused on that reef coral with two robots scoring there and one on defense. Red Alliance has now taken a lead. And 11:53, your Timberwolves looking to capitalize on it. They put another coral up on level 3 for red. Only 20 seconds left. We have robots coming to climb. 1740 Cyber Colonels are up first. Can Timberwolves match them over on red? 97 Bionic Beef coming back to their area. Let's see if any more are coming. We've got Timberwolves up. Our Lobsterbot's going to join them with 3, 2, and 1. One robot up for red and one for blue. All robots coming back and parking in the very last seconds of that matchup. We've got your scores for qualification number 41. This one goes to the Red Alliance. 116 points for Red. That gives them 5 ranking points, and all 3 of those Red Alliance robots are now in the top 10 of rankings.
All right, let's meet our teams for qualification match number 42. On the Red Alliance, it's Team 5000.
That's the Hammerheads.
And Team 6620.
They're the Voltage Vikings.
All kinds of sharks over here. It's Team 663.
In their 25th season, it's the Power Sharks.
And their opponents on the Blue Alliance, it's Team 3719.
The STEM Whalers.
And Team 6333.
Scavenger Robotics.
Rounding out your Blue Alliance, it's Team 558.
They're the Elm City Robo Squad from New Haven, Connecticut.
Our whole fleet's ready to hit the open seas. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Qual number 42 and up high to score is Team 5000, the Hammerheads. Their alliance partners, the Power Sharks, also able to score up for 7 points. We've got 3-4 Coral over on red. We've got lots of sharks on your Red Alliance, but they're against some whales over on the opposite side of the field. And up first for Blue Alliance is Scavenger Robotics. They're looking to score 63-33. They're good on 11-4 Coral. Red Alliance, though, with an impressive autonomous period, and that does give them the advantage. Power Sharks up with another Coral. All three of these Red Alliance robots quickly scoring. Voltage Vikings adding to the first level of the reef, whereas Hammerheads and the Power Sharks are going up high and scoring all across level 4, trying to earn as many points as possible. A minute 30 gives the advantage to your Red Alliance, but Blue is ready to fight back. 63-33, grabbing an algae from the reef, trying to get them out of the way to make it easier to score. But this Red Alliance just will not quit. 2 more on level 1, and Power Sharks will see if they're able to put 1 on level 4. It is good. Five, 8 for your Blue Alliance now with a Coral going up high. That is good for another 5 more points. With a minute left, Red is soaring ahead, and they are not slowing down. 5000 looking to complete the level 4 ring. Just a bit short. They're going to have to go back and grab another, but the Power Sharks look to be on level 3 and good. 2 Blue Alliance robots with Coral in hand. One is just off the mark. The other can get down also a little bit off the mark. That's all right. They're going to go grab some other game elements from their Coral stations. 37-19, that's your STEM Whalers. They're happy where they're at. They're in the barge zone. They're parked. But Red Alliance is not finished. 10 seconds left, and they are scoring left and right, trying to maybe grab some last points for a ranking bonus. 5 seconds left. Can they do it? With 1. That'll be the end of the match. A last-minute park out of your Power Sharks. Scores are in for qualification number 42. Swimming to the top is your Red Alliance. 100 points for Red, triple digits. They get 4 ranking points, and Power Sharks move into 9th ranking position.
All right, we've got qualification match number 43 coming up next. Let's meet these teams. On the Red Alliance, it's Team 10 to 54.
They're your rookies, but they're playing like pros. It's the Regal Seagulls.
They're joined by Team 78.
That's Airstrike.
And Team 181.
Out of Hartford, Connecticut, it's Birds of Prey.
And for their opponents on the Blue Alliance, it's Team 88.
With their robot dart frog, it's TJ Squared.
And Team 1474.
That's the Titans.
Rounding out your Blue Alliance, it's Team 151.
In their fourth season, make some noise for Tough Techs.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go.
These robots quick to action on the field. 88 with your first score up high. They grab another coral for your Blue Alliance. Let's see if it's able to score a little off the mark with that one, but 151, able to get 2 in the level 1 for Blue. That gives Blue a slight advantage going into driver-controlled period, but 78 ready to make a comeback. They're up and good with one coral. Titans have come across the field. They're ready to play some defense, stop these red robot teams from scoring. And the Blue Alliance robots that are scoring are quick to work. Tough Tech and TJ Squared both going up high, quickly getting game pieces. A very close matchup with only 2 points between these alliances. And your Regal Seagulls for your Red Alliance, they're scoring in the processor, bringing that algae through, which can help with the cooperation bonus. Human player for the Blue Alliance able to get all that algae up into the net afterwards. Blue Alliance is starting to take a lead, but Airstrike is working to fight it. They're up with another coral. Back and forth they go. It is good for 5 more points. Tough Techs carefully lining up on the back half of their reef. They're good. TJ Squared on level 2. It's good. A minute left, and Blue Alliance does not want to slow down. 181 Birds of Prey, though. They've crossed the field for your Red Alliance. They're trying to play some tough defense against these Tough Techs, forcing the Tough Techs to go across to the opposite feeder station. Meanwhile, Airstrike has put not 1 but 2 of their algae up, way up high, into their net. Going for a third, and it's good. Lots of algae being scored here from your Red Alliance teams. Regal Seagulls going to the processor, and Airstrike going to their own barge. Both of these alliances over triple digits in points, with lights meaning we have the last 15 seconds left in the match. Who's gonna climb? 78's back first. Tough Tech's close to the red barge area. They're being stopped from climbing. 5 seconds. Who else is coming up? Last minute Parks, and that's gonna be it for this matchup. 88 with their signature last minute climb. Here come your scores from qualification number 43. Blue Alliance takes it. 150 points to 127. Some impressive scores from both of these alliances, but Blue ultimately getting the 4 ranking points. That keeps 88 TJ Squared in 5th ranking position.
Let's see what teams we have for our next match. On the Red Alliance, it's Team 8085.
That's Mojo.
And Team 190.
They're Gumpy and the Herd.
Rounding out your Red Alliance, it's Team 2064.
Your current number 1 ranked team, it's the Panther Project.
And their opponents on the blue side of the field, we've got Team 348.
That's Norwell Robotics.
They're joined by Team 9443.
They're the Aluminum Panthers.
And Team 2067.
Make some noise, it's Pie Day. Give it up for Apple Pie.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Robots coming into action here in autonomous period. 190 up with a coral on the level 4, trying to do another. They're 2 for 2. Let's see if they can get one more. It looks like 6 coral for your Red Alliance, but I'll let the scorekeepers officially call that. That gives your Red Alliance 43 points out of autonomous period. A very impressive start to the match. Blue Alliance gonna make up the deficit though. Here comes 2067 Apple Pie, shoving an algae out of the way. They're looking to place their coral now up on level 4. Switching around, maybe going for a different level. No, it's up and good on level 4. Lots of collision here on your Red Alliance side. We've got 9443 playing some defense on all 3 Red Alliance robots. Red Alliance wants to score big. They want everyone in the mix here. As 8085 Mojo, they use their 360 intake to first place the coral. They're going up for the algae. A little off the mark with that one, but they're 1 for 2, ready to go back and score some more. 2064 with the coral. 190 with the coral. Lots of action on this Red Alliance side, bringing their total up to 83, but don't discount your Blue Alliance. 2067, they're up, lining up with a piece of coral. We're going to see where they go to place it. Norwell Robotics, they've got one too. Looking like they're going for a level 3. It's a bit off the mark though. 190 for Red. Another coral placed and good. This Red Alliance is strong, going back and forth, 45 seconds and already 101 points. We'll see if they can get all of their ranking points from the reef as well. Remember, it's not just about how many coral you score, but also where you score it. With 27 seconds left in the match, 2067 look to be stopped where they're at. Norwell Robotics trying to score a few more coral for Blue. Red Alliance and Blue Alliance robots already back in the barge zone, looking to climb. We've got 1 climb each for their alliances. 190 going up high, 8 seconds left. How many more can they score? They're gonna try to climb. Everyone coming back to the cages. We've got 1, 2 Red Alliance robots up and 1 Blue Alliance robot up at the end of that match. We've got scores for qual number 44. We know it was a big score, but how big is it? Red Alliance victory here. A new highest score of 163 points. The Panther Project stays as your number 1 ranked team. 190 comes into 2nd ranking position, and 8085 comes into 8th ranking position. That alliance getting 6 ranking points in that matchup.
Let's meet our teams for our next qualification match. On the Red Alliance, it's Team 5962.
They are Persevere.
And Team 1768.
That's Neshoba Robotics.
Rounding out your Red Alliance, it's Team 5735.
They're the Control Freaks from Wayland High School.
And for their opponents, on the Blue Alliance, we've got Team 2079.
It's 4H Alarm Robotics.
And Team 1699.
They're the Robocats.
Rounding out the blue side of the field, it's Team 1119.
Give it up, it's the Pop Cups.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Robots are off and running in qual number 45. One up on level 4 for your Red Alliance from Neshoba Robotics. They put a second up slightly off the mark, but it lands back in their intake, so their human player doesn't need to refeed them before the end of the autonomous. And they can score that right as drivers take control. 2079 4H Alarm coming across the field now to give Neshoba a hard time, playing some tough defense. Meanwhile, Blue Alliance has also been up to some strong scoring early on. Pup Cup's looking to score on the 3rd level. It's good. Robocats looking to score up high. Can they get that one in line? A little off the mark. They're going to have to go back and grab another. Both of these alliances now opting to have one robot on defense. Control Freaks for your Red Alliance is that defensive robot. They're trying to give Pup Cups and Robocats a tough time. But the 2 Blue Alliance robots are not stopping now. 1 up and good, 2 up and good for Blue. Live score does give your Blue Alliance a slight advantage, 11 points, but Persevere's coming in quick to make a change for that. Lining up with level 2 on the reef. Let's see if they can get that score in. With a minute left, only 6 points between these alliances. Every point matters. Neshoba up for 5 more points for Red. Quickly getting around the defense, trying to go for another level 4 Coral. But Robocats are going to match them over on Blue, back and forth. Blue Alliance pulling ahead a slight bit now, but it is still anybody's game. Pup Cups trying to add to their lead. They do so successfully. Another Coral up high from Robocats. Let's see what's happening on your Red Alliance side. Neshoba able to score on level 4 and get around the defense. 4H Alarm putting up a good fight, but the swerve of the Neshoba drivetrain is hard to maneuver and stop. 10 seconds left. Who's gonna climb? Pup Cups looking to line up. Some Red Alliance robots colliding. We've got 2 robots up in the air with 1 second left, and that'll be your match. Let's get your scores for qualification number 45. The Blue Alliance taking this match 111 to 91. And 5 ranking points for your Blue Alliance. A lot of those points in the match coming from the Reef.
All right, we've got less than 10 matches left to play today. Let's meet our teams for our next one. On the Red Alliance, it's Team 6333.
From Putnam High School and Ellis Tech, it's Scavenger Robotics.
They're joined by Team 663.
With their robot named Thresher, it's Power Sharks.
And Team 1350.
The Rambots.
And now for their opponents. Over here on the blue side of the field, we've got Team 246.
With their robot named Beluga, it's the Lapstabots.
And Team 1757.
Wolverines.
And rounding out your blue lines, it's Team 5494.
Bizarrebots Robotics.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Now coming into the autonomous period. 246 and 663 both having some coral in their possession. 663 successfully placing it over on the reef zone. 246 losing their grip of it. And it falls right by 1757. Now in the teleoperated period. 6333 Scavenger Robotics having a coral piece in their possession, trying to see if they can place it up on the reef, and they match it with 663, while 663 is also removing a piece of algae in the process. Meanwhile, over on the blue lines, Team 246 Lapstabots having a piece of coral in their possession, trying to see them place it up over on the high rack, on the high level of their reef zone. And it looks like it slips off. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, Team 5494, also having a coral piece on their robot, and it looks like it also falls onto the main level. 1757 having a piece of coral in their possession. We will come back to where it ends up going to. 663 having a piece of coral in their possession as well. 1350 just hanging out. 663 placing a piece of coral up onto the reef zone. $17.57 having a piece of coral in their possession, trying to see where they're going to whip around and bring it to. 54.94 hanging out right by the reef zone. 246. 246 just bringing some more and more coral over to the reef zone. 35 seconds remaining. Back over on the Red Alliance side, Team 663 having a piece of coral in their possession, trying to see if they can place it up over on the high level for the reef zone. That looks promising. That sound does mean there's 20 seconds remaining. 17:57 over by the barge, trying to see if they can climb onto their cage. Looks promising. 246 also hanging out by the barge. As time expires, we'll have an official score for you here in just a moment. And the results are in. Looks like it's going to be going to the Blue Alliance with the score of 68-65. Another close match of the day with the Blue Alliance swimming away with 4 ranking points.
Let's meet our teams for our next qualification match. On the Red Alliance, it's Team 97.
From Cambridge, Massachusetts, it's Bionic Beef.
And Team 4176.
Iron Tigers.
Rounding out your Red Alliance, it's Team 811.
Cardinals.
Now for their opponents on the Blue Alliance, it's Team 10-254.
Regals Seagulls.
And Team 1153.
With their robot named Wolfgang, it's Timberwolves.
Rounding out your Blue Alliance, it's Team 1474.
Titans.
let's dive on in. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Now in the autonomous period here, 11:53, giving 14:74 a friendly neighborhood push. Meanwhile, 41:76 over on the Red Alliance, having a piece of coral in their hands, trying to see if they can put it onto the reef. It looks like it's going on the reef zone. We'll find out later if that counts. Now going into the teleoperated period. 10:54, having a piece of algae in their possession, bringing it over into the processor. Meanwhile, 11:53 also having a piece of algae, trying to see if they can bring it up onto the net, and that looks promising from both Red Alliance and Blue Alliance. '97 hanging out on the Blue Alliance side with their best buds. 14:74 hanging out over on the Blue Alliance side. Meanwhile, over on the Red Alliance, Team 811 bringing a piece of coral up onto the high level. 41:76 Iron Lions having a piece of coral in their possession, trying to see if they can place it up on the high level, and that looks promising. Back over to the Blue Alliance, we see Team 11:53 having a piece of algae in their possession and dropping it on the field. 10:54 trying to see if they can recover that piece of algae. 11:53 removing more and more pieces of algae. 811 over on the Red Alliance side, having a piece of coral in their possession, trying to see if they can place it up over on the reef zone. 41:76 also having a piece of coral in their possession, trying to see if they can put it up on the reef zone as well. Meanwhile, both Red Alliance and Blue Alliance bringing over some algae over to the net, so that way they could have some algae on top. 45 seconds remaining. 41:76 having a piece of coral in their possession. 811 trying to remove a piece of algae, and that looks successful. Meanwhile, we see a little balancing act happening over on the Blue Alliance side with teams 97 and 11:53. 10:54 hanging out by the barge. 41:76 and a couple of donuts. That sound does mean there are 20 seconds left of official gameplay here. 10:54 and 11:53 are both heading for the barge, trying to see if they can climb on the cage. 97 parked by the barge. 11:53 climbing up on the cage. 10:54 climbing up on the cage. 41:70 by the barge. As time expires, we'll have an official score for you here in just a moment. And the results are in. It looks like it's going to be going to the Blue Alliance here with the score of 93-78. And the Blue Alliance swimming away with 4 ranking points for qualification number 47.
Let's meet our teams for our next qualification match. Starting off with Team 88.
With their robot name of Dark Frog, it's TJ Squared.
They're joined by Team 1735.
With their robot defense 20.0, it's the Green Reapers.
And Team 558.
Elm City Robo Squad.
And their opponents on the blue side of the field, we've got Team 2876.
From Burlington, Massachusetts, it's Devilbots.
They're joined by Team 6620.
Voltage Vikings.
And Team 8085.
From Milford, Connecticut, it's Mojo.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Now coming into qualification match number 48, 88, TJ Squared bringing a piece of coral to the reef zone right off the gate. Meanwhile, over on the blue line, Team 6620 dropping off another piece of coral. 2876 also dropping off, attempting to drop off a piece of coral. 88 dropping off a piece of coral over on their reef zone on 3 autos. 558 trying to see if they can also place a piece of coral up. And that looks successful. 88 also removing an algae. Going for 4. And removing another piece of coral. 2876 appear to be in a sticky situation, stuck on a piece of algae over there. 6620 over by their coral processor so they can grab some more coral. With their Alliance running team 8085 dropping off some more coral in their reef zone. Meanwhile, back over on the Red Alliance, we see Team 558 having a piece of coral in their possession, trying to see if they can place it up over on the level 3 of the reef zone, and that looks promising. 1735, the Green Reapers, seeing if they can also remove that algae, and that looks pretty good. 88 bringing more and more pieces of coral to their reef zone. 1735 trying to see if they can place the ball up in their net. And that looks good. 2876 having a piece of coral in their possession, placing it up over on their high level of their reef zone, and also removing a piece of algae at the same time. 2876 getting unstuck from their algae situation. 8085 bringing a piece of coral over to the reef zone. 6620 over by the Reef Zone with 28.76. 17.35 over on the Red Alliance, having a piece of algae in their possession, trying to see if they can also put it up onto the net. 88 TJ squared, having a piece of coral in their possession, bringing it up onto the level 3. 558, having a piece of coral. Let's see where they're going to bring it. Looks like they're going to go for their Reef Zone with 13 seconds remaining. Anything can still happen. 80-85 going for the climb. 66-20 going for the 88 potentially going for the climb. 3, 2. As time expires, we will have an official score for you here in just a moment. Results are in. Looks like it's going to be going to the Red Alliance with the score of 129-94. The Red Alliance swimming away with 5 ranking points for qualification match number 48.
Let's meet our teams for qualification match number 49. On the Red Alliance, it's Team 5112.
From Foster and Gloucester, Rhode Island, it's the Gondoliers.
They're joined by Team 5000.
Hammerheads.
And Team 181.
Birds of Prey from Hartford, Connecticut.
And now for their opponents, we've got Team 1740.
Cyber Colonels.
And Team 3464.
Sim City.
Rounding things off on the blue side, we've got Team 78.
From McQuindick Island Robotics, it's Airstrike.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Now going into the autonomous period, all 6 robots are taking life right now. 5,051.12, placing some corals over onto the top level of the reef. Meanwhile, over on the Blue Alliance, we see Team 78 Airstrike placing up 2 corals over onto the reef zone. Now we're in the teleoperated period. 51-12, the Gondoliers trying to see if they can grab a piece of coral from their coral processor. Meanwhile, 78 Airstrike whipping it around, trying to see if they can get rid of the algae. 181 Birds of Prey into the Blue Alliance side. Go cause some ruckus and some mayhem. 34-64. Having a piece of coral, placing it up onto the top level. Working with their alliance partner team 1740. Trying to see if they can bring some more coral to their reef zone. Meanwhile, over on the Red Alliance team, 5,000 Hammerheads having a piece of coral in their possession, trying to place it up over onto the high level. Instead, falls into the lower level. Gondoliers placing a piece of coral over onto the high level of their reef zone. 78 Airstrike having a piece of coral, trying to see if they can place it up over on the high level of their reef zone, and that looks promising. 1740 bringing another piece of coral up onto the high level. 5,000 Hammerheads having a piece of coral, trying to see if they can bring it up. Looks like it's going on that level 3 with just under a minute left. 181 Birds of Prey hanging out over on the Blue Line side with their best buddies. 464 trying to see if they can grab some coral from their coral processor. 78 Airstrike grabbing some more coral from their processor and seeing where they're going to bring that coral to. It looks like maybe the second level, but we'll find out. Hammerheads having a coral on their robot. That sound does mean there's 20 seconds left of official gameplay. 51-12 bringing a piece of coral onto the second level. 78 already heading under the barge for the cage. 34-64 joining alongside them. Airstrike going up in the air. As time expires, we'll have an official score for you here in just a moment. Results are in. Looks like it's going to be going to the Blue Alliance with the score of 133-96. And the Blue Alliance swimming away with 5 ranking points for qualification match number 49.
Just 5 matches left to go in the day. Let's meet our teams for this one. We've got Team 3719.
STEM Whalers from New London, Connecticut.
And Team 1119.
Pup Cups.
Rounding out your Red Alliance, it's Team 5735.
From Wayland, Massachusetts, it's Control Freaks.
And their opponents in blue, we've got Team 151.
Tough Techs.
And Team 6333.
From Putnam, Connecticut, it's Scavenger Robotics.
Rounding out the blue side, it's Team 5962.
Persevere.
We've got a green light and a thumbs up. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Welcome into qualification match number 50. 6333 having a piece of coral in their possession. 1119 also having a piece of coral in their possession, but ends up dropping it just a little bit before the reef zone. Now in the teleoperated period. 1119 having a piece of coral in their possession, placing it on the lowest level. 151 bringing a piece of coral over onto the high level of the reef zone. 57 35 beginning to remove the algae from the reef. 6333 bringing a piece of coral over to the reef zone, almost losing its balance. 5962 hanging out by the coral processor, trying to see if they can grab some coral to bring back to their reef zone. Meanwhile, 1119, Pup Cups, having a piece of coral in their possession, placing it up on the mid-level. 5735 playing defense over on the blue line side and getting themselves into a sticky situation involving some algae. Meanwhile, 3719 hanging out over by the Red Alliance side, over by the reef zone. 151 trying to see if they can grab some coral and place it up onto the reef. Their alliance partner team, 6333 Scavenger Robotics, trying to see if they can grab another piece of coral from the processor. 5962 also trying to grab a piece of coral from their processor as well. 1119 having a piece of coral in their possession, placing it up onto the reef. 3719 heading under the barge. 30 seconds remain. 151 having a piece of coral, trying to see if they can place it up over onto the high level. 1119 having a piece of coral in their possession, trying to see if they can place it up, placing it on the lower level. 15 seconds remaining. 1119 trying to see if they can grab onto the cage. 151 hanging out under the barge. As time expires, we'll have an official score for you here in just a moment. The results are in for qualification match number 50. It looks like it'll be going to the Blue Alliance with the score of 66 to 58. And the Blue Alliance swimming away with 3 ranking points for that match.
All right, guys, we got 4 more matches to go. First up, 8-11.
Cardinals from Nashua, New Hampshire.
Their partners are 1350.
The Rambots.
And last but not least, 1699.
Robocats.
Down on the blue side, we have 1768.
From Bolton, Massachusetts, it's Nashoba Robotics.
And their partner is 190.
Gompy and the Herd.
Last but not least, 1474.
Titans.
All right, drivers behind. Pause that. We've got green now. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
190 Gompy and the herd coming swinging out of the gate, bringing a piece of coral over onto the reef zone. 1768 bringing 2 pieces of coral over onto the reef zone. 190 placing another piece of coral on the reef zone. 1768 ready with the third. 811 having a piece of coral ready in their possession. Meanwhile, 1474 coming straight at the gate just to come to the Red Alliance side to hang out with their best friends. 1699 trying to see if they can remove the piece of algae, and it looks like they were successful. 811 having a little game of bumper cars with 1474. Meanwhile, over on the blue line side, team 1350 from the Red Alliance is going to hang out with their besties on the blue line side. Meanwhile, 190 Gumpy and the herd having some corals that they are trying to get from the coral processor and bring it over to the reef zone with team 1768. (1768) trying to see if they can grab some more coral from the reef zone. 1699 bringing a piece of coral onto the lowest level of the reef zone. 811 bringing a piece of coral onto the highest level. 1768 having a piece of coral, bringing it onto the lowest level of the reef zone. 1350 hanging out with their buddies over on the Blue Alliance. 1474 also hanging out with their buddies on the Red Alliance. 811 bringing a piece of coral up onto the high zone. 30 seconds remaining. 1350 coming back over to the barge. Hanging out over there. 811 having a piece of coral in their possession, trying to see if they can bring it up over onto the reef zone. That sounds to me there's 20 seconds remaining. 811 heading for the cage over at the barge. 1768 climbing aboard on the cage. 1474 hanging out on the barge. 190 Gumpy and the herd climbing up onto the cage. As time expires, we will have an official score for you here in just a moment. Results are in. Looks like it'll be going to the Blue Alliance here with the score of 155 to 72. The Blue Alliance swimming away with 6 ranking points for qualification match 51.
Let's get match 52 started. Starting off, we have 97.
With their robot known as the Big Bessie, it's Bionic Beef.
And their partners 558.
Elm City Robo Squad.
Last on their team, 9443.
Aluminum Panthers.
Down on the blue side, we got 246.
From Boston, Massachusetts, it's the Lobster Bots.
In the middle, we have 1735.
Green Reapers.
And with them, we have 2064.
The Panther Project.
We've got a green light. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
Coming into qualification, match number 52. 558 having a piece of current coral in their possession. Trying to place it up over on their reef zone. Meanwhile, 2064 Panther Project trying to see if they can grab some coral. Placing 2 over on their reef zone during their auto. 264 Lobster Bots trying to see if they can place some coral over on the high level of the reef zone, and that looks promising. Meanwhile, over from the Red Alliance team, number 97, Beefy Bionic, heading over to the Blue Alliance side to go hang out with their Blue Alliance besties. 94-43, trying to see if they can place some coral up with their Alliance runner team, 558. 1735 Green Reapers. Trying to see if they can remove some algae over from their reef. 558 having a piece of coral in their possession, potentially seeing if they're going to place it up over on their reef zone. 2064 seeing if they have a piece of coral to bring over to their reef zone. Meanwhile, 1735 continuously removing the algae and bringing it over to the net. 94-43 having a piece of coral in their possession, placing it up on the top of the reef zone. 1735 having a piece of coral in their possession or having a piece of algae in their possession, potentially seeing if it's going to go up over onto the high net, and that looks promising here. 94-33 heading back over to their coral processor. 558 also at their coral processor as well. 1735 Grim Reapers having a piece of algae, trying to see if they can place another piece of algae over on the net, and that looks good. 97 hanging out over by the Blue Alliance coral. That sound does mean there's 20 seconds remaining. 94-43 heading up onto the cage. 2064 heading on their cage. 3, 2, 1. As time expires, we will have an official score for you here in just a moment. Results are in. Looks like it's going to be going to the Blue Alliance with the score of 94-73. And the Blue Alliance swimming away with 5 ranking points for qualification match number 52.
All right, teams, we have a quick announcement. If you ordered pizza and have not picked it up, please pick it up. If your team had a pizza order, they would like you to pick it up now instead of later. Thank you, guys.
One more round, here we go. On the red side, we have 5,000.
Out of Hingham High School, it's the Hammerheads.
In the middle, we have 348.
That's Norwell Robotics.
And their partners, 1740.
They're the Cyber Colonels.
Down on the blue side, we have 78.
It's Airstrike.
And their partners, 8085.
With their robot Tsunami, make some noise for Mojo.
Last round them out, 4176.
It's the Iron Tigers.
Drivers behind the lines, 3, 2, 1, go.
Second to last match of the day. Up higher, the Hammerheads and 1740 for your Red Alliance. One of those Coral up and good. Blue Alliance has one on level 1. 78 looking to add another before the end of Autonomous. They bring up their arm, but they're going to leave it at that for now. Red Alliance taking an early lead, and Hammerheads looking to extend it with another Coral up high. On your Blue Alliance side, we've got 3 robots looking to score. 8085 grabbing the algae and then placing their Coral. 78 going up with algae. We'll see if this alliance can go back and forth coordinating who picks up the algae, how that strategy comes into play as both game pieces are being used. On your Red Alliance side, the focus is the Coral. Team 5000 making quick work of level 4. Meanwhile, 348 for Red, that's Norwell Robotics. They're focused on level 1 for your Red Alliance. And 1740 then is also removing some of the algae from the reef to make it easier for their alliance partners to score. With a minute 10 left, only a 3-point difference between these alliances. Now a 1-point difference. 8085 extending the takeover of the lead for your Blue Alliance. Airstrike doing the same. but Red Alliance ready to fight back. Norwell lining up with the Reef. Looks like 5,000 might be stuck where they're at. They don't look like they're moving presently, but their Alliance partners are trying to make up the points. Adding some coral to the Reef is 348 Norwell once again. Iron Tigers for your Blue Alliance now looking to add more to level 1 has been their focus this match, and they have quickly filled up. Blue Alliance extending their lead. They're scoring all over all the different levels, trying to get that ranking point on the Reef. 78 getting an extra one, extra coral. Let's see if they're able to do it and then climb. 5,000 has made it back to their zone. 1740 looking to climb. Mojo looking to climb. Who's going to do it? 8 seconds, 7 seconds left. We've got one robot up in the air. Is anyone going to join them with 2, 1? One robot, maybe 2. We'll see what our scoring and refs have to say and get back to you. We've got your scores for qual number 53. This one goes to the Blue Alliance. 108 points for Blue. And that brings Mojo up into 6th ranking point position with 6 ranking points total for that alliance.
All right, guys, last match of the night. I want to hear you. 6-6-3.
They're in the Reef, and there's no escape from the Power Sharks.
Their partners, 34-64.
That's Sim City.
And lastly, 10-2-5-4.
It's the Regal Seagulls.
Down on the blue side, we have 151.
That's the Tough Techs.
And their partners, 2079.
4H Alarm Robotics.
And once again, 5112.
They're Pioneers, Volunteers, Engineers, and the Gongoliers.
Last match of today, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All 6 robots in action for our last matchup of the day. Power Sharks and the Gondoliers matching each other with a coral up high in the back of the reef. 151, that's your tough text for the Blue Alliance, able to get another coral in level 1 before the end of Autonomous. Sim City quick to start up high for your Red Alliance, and Power Sharks looking to match them with another coral. It is good. Meanwhile, over on Blue, 151 doing the same, going up high. Both of these teams want as many points as possible from each coral. 10-2-54 with their first shot into the processor with the algae. It is good. On your Blue Alliance side, we've got Tough Techs lining up for another 5 points up high. SimCity gonna match them over on Red. We've got some challenging defense over on our Red Alliance side. 2079 4H Alarm, not letting these red robots have an easy time getting to their coral stations. 9-point difference. Blue Alliance looking to come back here. Both teams grabbing coral from their coral stations. Gondoliers going up, trying to score 5 more points for your Blue Alliance. Making sure they get their exact lineup correct. Don't want to have it drop and have to restart. Power Sharks with another up high for Red. It's good. Both of these Red Alliance robots trying to get around the tough defense. Regal Seagulls with another score into the processor. They continue doing that back and forth with 5 up. Human player then able to score it on the opposite side, so some strategy to consider there about which way you want to score. With 30 seconds left in this match, it is still anybody's game. Power Sharks for Red trying to keep their advantage that they currently have. They brought another coral up to the top of the reef. But 151 looking to match them now. With just 18 seconds, can the Blue Alliance make it back? Pushing and shoving over on our Red Alliance side. Some very tough defense from 4H Alarm. We're going to see if any of these robots can climb with 4, 3, 2, 1. Looks like we might have had a last-minute climb from 10-2-54. We're going to give you those scores in just a minute. Thank you guys for being with us day 1. All right, teams, we've got your final scores for day 1 at URI. This match goes to your Red Alliance. 148 points for Red. And 5 ranking points. That's where we'll end today. We'll see you all bright and early tomorrow. Thank you for bringing your energy and fun to the competition field.